Martin Guptill, third highest run scorer for New Zealand in ODI cricket, very experienced. Will there be swing? Little bit of shape.
Just a hint, not a lot of carry through to the keeper. It's an interesting surface we've got here, Kensington Oval. The wind is beautiful for the outswinger for Jason Holt, beautiful seam too. I think at times the surface is going to be a little bit too paced. It's going to be interesting. I think everyone thinks that there will be some turn. Not a lot of grass on the surface. There are some bare patches as well. So you can understand why the West Indies decided to bowl first. Always hard, Bush, isn't it, to try and predict what a pitch is going to do, how it's going to play. But I think generally that the numbers say here at Kensington Oval it's better to be batting under lights. Ball tends to kiss and skid on a little bit more. So no surprise that Nicholas Poran said, let's have a bowl and see how the surface is going to play.
Yeah, you talk about this venue, and of course you've got the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand directly behind Martin Guptill. Greenwich and Haynes stand. Dr. Haynes, as we should allude to him now, towards the west of this ground. And of course the very famous media center directly opposite where we are located. Cozier, Coppin and Short Media Center.
Some very famous names. It's quite daunting as a player when you look around and you see those great names around the ground amongst the stands here at Kensington Oval. Just shows, gives you a little outline of some of the history of days gone by, some of the great players who are etched around the stands around this great ground.
Bit of shape with Carl Mayers at slip. Not to mention the Joel Garner end and the Malcolm Marshall end from which Jason Holder is operating now. I'm intrigued to see who bowls from the other end. Two right-handers at the crease. It's a little bit of swing. There's Alzarri Joseph, or there could be Akil Hussain.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it, Bush? Alzarri Joseph is the leading wicket taker in ODIs here in Bridgetown. So you would think he's given the new ball that opportunity.
Here he is, fielding it, Alzarri Joseph. Maiden over. It will be Akil Hussain to share the opening partnership with Jason Holder. New ball from each end. I was going to say share of a new ball, but it's two new balls.
You get your own new ball now, Bish. In your day, you only got the one.
Oh, there was a time back in Australia, back in the day, where we used a new ball from each end. It's not, yeah, it's not unique.
Apologies. I think it's a good option. I think both New Zealand openers, Guptill and Finn Allen, enjoy pace on the ball. So from a tactical point of view, I think this is smart from the West Indies.
Deep square and long on in place. Struck firmly. 23-year-old Finn Allen from Auckland, who since moved to Wellington. Leading run scorer in the 2016 Under-19 World Cup, where the West Indies won that tournament under Shimron Hetmeyer. And he's had a couple of really good domestic tournaments for Wellington. Super Smash, played in the Vitality Blast in the UK. For Lancashire. And he goes some. He counts among his heroes Kevin Peterson, who he said he's framed his game because of the intent. The late Martin Crowe as a mentor. Mark Greatbats, the former opening batsman from New Zealand, among his mentors. He's away, New Zealand are away. Jermaine Blackwood doing the fielding.
Yeah, he's got all the talent in the world, as Finn Allen. I think at the moment T20 is probably his best format. So interesting, he didn't play in the T20 series, and now he's opening the batting in this one-day international series. Still trying to find the tempo of how to bat in the longer form, the 50-over form of the game. He's got plenty of experience at the other end to bounce questions off and talk to about how he goes about it.
Nice kilo.
It's interesting, Bish. I had a bit of spare time yesterday, so I came down and watched New Zealand train, just to see how they train, how they were going through. I haven't been around the side for a number of years. Just interested to see how they were going. And interesting watching them bat, and then the surface. The surface on the far right-hand side of the screen was the one they trained on yesterday. That was, and interesting to see how it played and the comparison as to what we might see from the surface today.
I love a commentator who does his homework and his spare time. 3 without loss after 2.
Let's go, gentlemen. That's middle. Thank you. Hold his right arm over.
Quiet start for New Zealand. Just the 2 overs have been bowled so far. Jason Holder about to start the 3rd and his 2nd. One of the interesting things that I noticed at training yesterday, New Zealand training, Bish, was how hard Finn Allen hits the ball. Just how hard compared to the other New Zealand players. And I would consider Martin Guptill probably right at the top in terms of ability to hit the ball hard. But there's a certain sound that the ball comes off the bat with Finn Allen that is unparalleled. It was quite amazing just to watch and see it firsthand. He is a real talent.
Another local man, Gregory Brathwaite, standing in his 50th ODI, making his way in the international game. And from just across the water, Joel Wilson from Trinidad and Tobago, standing, more experience, 82nd ODI. You talk about Martin Guptill. He scored 100 against the West Indies on his international debut for New Zealand in Auckland back in 2009. He also, I think it's still the highest score in an ODI for New Zealand in the quarterfinal of the 2015 World Cup, 237. I remember 4th ball of the innings, he clipped one to square leg to Marlon Samuels, who floored it. He was only on 4. 3rd ball of the innings. West Indies didn't see the back of him for another 233 runs.
Yeah. That was one of the great days to be a batting coach, Bish. It really was.
Take all the credit, why don't you?
It was a great view. It was a very special knock. Quarter-final of a World Cup. He played beautifully, you're right. I think that's still that is the highest score between New Zealand and the West Indies, unparalleled at a crucial time.
Up and over. Jermaine Blackwood doing the chasing. Jermaine Blackwood's first ODI since 2015 in Sri Lanka, where he played a couple of games.
Yeah, it's an interesting selection because he's played 48 test matches. So the test format is probably his strongest suit. I guess it's been one of the issues for the West Indies has been through a number of series. There's been a lot of chopping and changing, a lot of disruption, which is never easy.
Come back in the next over with the guys missing again. A little bit of shape again. This is not bad at all from Jason Holder. 3 gone, 6 without loss. Gentleman at the right, Sir Garfield Sobers. Great cricketer, national hero of Barbados. 1 over for Akil Hussain. And the leading wicket taker here at Kensington Oval in ODIs, Alzarri Joseph, who picked up 3-4 wicket hauls in his first 3 games, ODI games here at this venue. Holder at slip.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Just the 1 over for the left-arm spinner, Akil Hussain. And I thought it was a pretty good over. Sort of question the purpose of bowling just 1 over, Bish. In T20 cricket, I can understand. Some width there. He'll be disappointed he missed out on that for Allen. I'm interested that they've gone to Alzarri Joseph after 1 over of spin.
Right on! No run, no.
I think the New Zealand players are a lot more comfortable against this pace. So I think there was probably an opportunity for 2 or 3 overs from the left-arm spinner in this first power play. Just starting out in his international career as Finn Allen. He's an aggressive opener, yes he is. Tends to struggle a little bit against spin, which is why the point we're making that perhaps some more overs of spin, even left-arm spin, turning the ball away, might have been useful. What I did notice yesterday, talking about watching New Zealand train and the surface they trained on, which is just 3 pitches across from the pitch they're playing on today, was some inconsistent bounce, was too paced at times, and there was some turn. Mitchell Santner bowled beautifully. Some skidded on with the arm, some turned in bits. So I think it's going to be a challenging day for the batters on both sides.
No run.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of our attention will be focused on pitch conditions across the region going forward for him and his team. Just for viewers tuning in, I know people will be asking, where is Shimron Hetmai? Well, for personal reasons, he had to return home. Brandon King, personal reasons, he's flown back to Jamaica. I think he might be back. Kimo Paul has not recovered from his injury. Gudakish Moti has not recovered from his injury.
Right on. No.
So that's a big step up for Dr. Desmond Haynes to have made the call to get Jermaine Blackwood. Now, with the way that Blackwood has played Test cricket, he's aggressive, but he's found, I suppose, a more balanced gear to his batting this year, so they're hoping he would help them bat the totality of the overs. Kevin Sinclair, Yannick Carrier. The first boundary, and that is a little taste of Finn Allen's power. 10 without loss.
Ten without loss after 4 overs. The first boundary has been hit. It's a lovely shot from Finn Allen. Touch fuller from Joseph. And look at the power. That is a beautiful on drive. The mistake that Joseph made was just a touch too full. It allowed Finn Allen to get into the shot, use that power and that control down the ground. Look at that. First boundary for New Zealand in this batting innings. It's worked away nicely off his hit by Martin Guptill. It's going to have to go. Tell you what, that's a lot closer. Joel Wilson's going to say, let's go upstairs and have a look and see how close it actually is.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire's review for a run out at the striker's end. Can I have your best side on angle, please? He bowling, bats grounded, wicket is now broken. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I have my decision for the big screen. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out for the big screen.
Let's go, Alan. Let's go, gentlemen.
Not out. Would have taken a direct hit from that distance from Kevin Sinclair. The bounce and movement. They're good athletes as well, West Indians and the New Zealanders. Saw a lot of the guys, well, not a lot of them, interested in their NBA basketball. Daryl Mitchell in his late Kobe Bryant vest. Guptill, one of the better athletes around. I mentioned that story where Stephen Fleming, when he was captain, went to visit a 13-year-old Martin Guptill in hospital to encourage him not to give up the game because he was depressed after that tumultuous injury he received. Stephen, an old captain of yours. And that was really heartening to hear Stephen Fleming doing that at the invitation of Martin's father.
Yeah, you'll find that a lot of the players do that. They have visits to hospitals, children that are sick, and it's just one of the things that quite often doesn't get reported about the modern day player. They do that, and it's encouraging. It's in many ways, and I always don't like using this term, but they are role models to whether they want to be or not. That they're viewed in that esteem by a lot of kids growing up. And so they can make a difference when they visit kids that are perhaps underprivileged and struggling for a little bit of direction, I guess, at times, Bish, and that's important, and that's a great story, and I'm sure there's a number of stories from different teams around the world where they've made an impact. It's important that that continues.
Very good line from Jason Holder. Thinking about reviewing it. Brand clasped his fist. Gregory Brathwaite. Come on. All right, time gone. 14 without loss, 5 overs.
New bat coming out for Martin Guptill, who has portrayed that he has a creaky handle. And that's a big gap. But there was a noise that the West Indies fielders were interested in. He's going to change his bat now, Martin Guptill, because there was obviously a noise that the fielders heard. It's gone past the outside edge. And Nicholas Pooran, the skipper, Bish, he wanted to go upstairs and review because of the noise. Guptill's just saying, I've got a creaky handle, and almost convinced the West Indies not to review it. The last thing you need with a bat is a creaky handle. It's the last thing you need. Although the modern day players have the advantage of DRS. We didn't have that. I remember a game I played against New South Wales on a tour of Australia facing Stuart McGill. Played and missed it one. Same thing, had a creaky handle and there was a noise and it matched up with the shot. It was a play and a miss, got given out. Remember walking back to the shed thinking, what have I done? Why have I got this bat that has just given me out because of a creaky handle? Martin Guptill has changed his bat to make sure that that doesn't happen to him.
It's a little bit of bounce in the pitch from just back of a good length. Alzarri not pleased that a single was allowed there. Yeah, Martin Guptill just indicated it there. And it could be from that little grass patch you're seeing at the bottom of your screen. You saw Martin Guptill indicate and animate with his hands that some of them are coming at you when it's hit into that length.
And then there's some bare patches where the ball doesn't bounce as high, it just skids on. So it's something that the batters are going to have to deal with and be aware of on the surface.
And I was just going to lead into just watching Finn Allen on that European tour, where he had a T20 century against Scotland, but he had 6, 60, 33 and 50 against Ireland 3 times, and Scotland just wondered if the short ball, and he's talking about it bouncing a little bit as well, the short ball would be something that at times caused him a few problems.
Yeah, because he takes it on. He's not really prepared to let it go, so sometimes it's 6 or out, so it's certainly a tactic the West Indies should go with.
There's lovely bounce again from a bowler's point of view, 17 without loss. (17 without loss). West Indies won the toss and elected to field first. Jason Holder. And again, as we look around this facility and just to the members of our crew as well, I just want to just say thanks to them one more time for the hard work they've put in, all the cameramen, the engineers. It's been a long home season. The international season, we've traveled across the region to Florida. The guys at the far end, Marius, Paul Joseph, David Blenman, Ralph Stewart, Rohan, all of these guys and the engineering crew, the floor managers have been brilliant, absolutely brilliant, day and night on this tour. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. And Finn Allen says thank you. Second boundary, and that's the sort of player he is. High tempo, high octane.
Dangerous player. As soon as the West Indian bowlers have got too full, this is the result. Just a yard fuller, that's all he needs. And the eye says yes. I'm prepared to hit the ball in the air, I'll go over the top, no problem there. Second boundary for New Zealand, second boundary for Finn Allen. Holder's going to have to pull his length back a touch.
Oh, he goes full onto leg stump, and Finn Allen says thank you. First 6 of the contest into the wind.
Oh, this is good from Finn Allen. Jason Holder didn't pull his length back, and he got punished even more. He went fuller and he went straighter. And that is the go zone for Finn Allen. Look at that. Just a nice wee pick up off his pads. Holder looking for some swing. No swing at all. That is a lovely shot. Bring your length back. If you don't, you're going to get hurt.
As long as it's not too short for Finn Allen to now sit back and wait for it. Yeah, good length. A strike rate of 170 in T20 internationals for Finn Allen tells you a little bit about his intention. As I said, Kevin Peterson, someone he looked up to.
Yeah, it does, and I can see some similarities too in the way they bat. You know, Finn Allen has got those long levers like Kevin Peterson used to have. Tall players, quite similar in the way they shape up.
Goes full again. What a glorious shot. The presentation of the bat face, it went as high as it did far.
Beautiful shot. Well, Jason Holder is very slow to adapt to the length he needs against Finn Allen here. This is not the right length. It's the scrambled seam, and it's scrambled into the middle of that bat. That is the shot of the day so far. That's gone the furthest distance, and it's been an expensive over. Lovely follow through in terms of the bat swing. What an over this has been. 16 from it, 3 boundaries, 1 ball left.
You're safer living back of a length on this surface. 33 without loss, 7 overs gone.
Sixteen runs from the last over. Afternoon to our viewers in the western part of the world. Good afternoon to Shakira Salman, who's alongside me and will take you through the next half hour or so.
Good afternoon, Darian. Good afternoon, viewers.
Good night to the western part of the world as well. Edged. Flies over first slip. Not a real opportunity, but an unconvincing stroke from Martin Guptill.
Bit of room offered by Alzarri Joseph. Martin Guptill looking to cash in. Didn't go where he intended, but he got the end result he wanted. No chance for Jason Holder there at slip.
Martin Guptill taking some time at the start of his innings to lay a good foundation. Solid strike rates against the different styles of bowlers.
Not want to muck around, Martin Guptill. Stays positive.
Had the chance to interview Kane Williamson at the toss, and he spoke about this New Zealand side just extending the way they play T20 cricket into this, the 50-over format. Quite a simplistic view from him as captain. Oftentimes we talk about the transition required to play 50-over cricket from T20 cricket. And it's one team that has shown versatility in white ball cricket. Very much the same players playing T20s and 50-over cricket. There is also continuity. Yeah, he is, Captain Kane. Aggressive short delivery to end the over. A better one for the West Indies. 40 without loss. Not surprisingly, Kane Williamson slated to bat at number 3. Devon Conway, who opened the batting in the T20Is, now batting at number 4.
Sorry. One leg. Two. One leg. One leg this way. Just a bit.
Akil Hossain, who bowled that solitary over from the Joe Garner end into the attack to replace Jason Holder here from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Ball is coming left arm. Side screen, bro. Get him in. Right screen.
Just a little bit of a delay to that northeasterly direction. Some rain in the distance. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite a little bit concerned.
Let's go.
And the decision is made for the players to leave the field. This will ensure that the ground staff has sufficient time to cover the square. Of course, 90 minutes additional time for this one-day international series. Shakira, you're more familiar with this venue and the weather conditions here in Barbados. Will this be a long delay?
I hope not, Darren. But a tropical depression is supposed to be affecting Barbados starting from today. Let's hope they got that wrong and we can resume with this match as soon as possible.
A reminder that it's an important match and series for both teams. Super League points on offer. Nicholas Puran, last success in ODIs was against Netherlands. And this is where we are in this first one-day international of the 3-match series. New Zealand sent into bat first, 40 without loss. Finn Allen looking as fluent as ever. West Indies playing 3 spinners today. Akil Hussain with just 1 over. Jason Holder, quite expensive, relatively so. A reflection as to what transpired in those 8 overs at the start of play. Saw some nice strokes. Finn Allen in particular was quite aggressive. He pounced on the full deliveries, more so from Jason Holder. A couple 6s in his last over. And a look at where teams are at in the World Super League standings. New Zealand with a perfect record, 9 from 9. Still quite a number of matches for them to play. The West Indies at the end of their cycle of matches. South Africa still with quite a lot of matches remaining and still a lot of work to do. Remember, teams will be looking to qualify and get into that top 7. India as a host nation already qualifying for that next 50 over World Cup. Good news at the Kensington Oval. We saw the covers coming on, now they're coming off. Much more cricket coming up in the Caribbean. The West Indies women will take on New Zealand women. Shakira Selman, my co-commentator, will be involved here.
Might be, Darren. The team hasn't been selected as yet, but I do hope to be involved in this. You have 3 ODIs against New Zealand, a very strong team. Obviously, they're going through a transition just like we are. We just had a change in captaincy, and we just had one of our most talented players, Deandra Dutton, announce her retirement from the international game. Then we have 5 T20s, preparation for that T20 World Cup coming up next year in South Africa. All the games being played in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, of course, this will aid the development of that West Indies women's team. Team very much in transition with quite a number of young players. A little bit of a break for Nicholas Puran to have a chat with the coaches in this West Indies setup. There's Roddy Eswick, the assistant coach. Local man here in Barbados. And right of screen, Rayon Griffith, another one of the coaches. And this series, of course, continues. We saw 3 matches in Jamaica. T20 International Series coming to an end. New Zealand taking the series 2-1. And we start the first of 3 matches here in Barbados. Following today, there will be a match on Friday and the last one on Sunday. Of course, the Kensington Oval here in Barbados, known as the Mecca for cricket in the Caribbean. I can see the pride in Shakira Selman's face. You've played a number of matches here too. What's unique about this facility?
It's normally known for its pace and bounce. Obviously, pace not really assisting me. But I do enjoy bowling here. Fast bowlers do enjoy bowling here at Kensington Oval. Teams seem to be on their way back out to resume this game. The winds just seem to have blown away that rain that was threatening. Puran regrouping his men before they come on the field. They'll be looking to take an early wicket. Started fairly well, but that one expensive over by Jason Holder, it's made a lot of difference.
Players just on the periphery of the playing area, just a little drizzle at the moment. Umpires confident that conditions are good enough for the resumption of play. Nicholas Pooran, the West Indian players, along with the openers, making their way out to the middle. Martin Guptill on 14 from 26. Working really hard at the start of his innings. So important in the longer formats of the game to build a good foundation as a top-order batsman. Take a little more time to assess the conditions before you go about achieving your batting goals. West Indies strategically with a different approach, going with 3 spinners. Can't remember the last time they played 3 spinners in a one-day international match or bowl a lot of overs with that style of bowler.
And 3 spinners at Kensington Oval. You wouldn't have expected to see this. But we did mention in our pitch report, the pitch looks quite dry. So West Indies selectors probably expecting some purchase for those spinners.
I'm told the last time that we had about 34 overs of spin bowled by the West Indian bowlers was way back in 2001 when the West Indies took on South Africa. Neil McGarrell from Guyana bowled 10 overs, Carl Hooper with 10 overs, Marlon Samuels 9 and Chris Gale 5. 2 of the 3 spinners playing. Right of screen, Yannick Carrier alongside Akil Hussain, and a word of advice from Alzarri Joseph.
Even though Yannick Correa is in his first outing for West Indies, he's very experienced. He would have led that Super 50 team last year.
Looks like an issue with the side screen. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite just trying to hasten the situation. Funny you mentioned Yannick Carrier, right-arm wrist spinner, who can also bat, getting his chance to debut in one-day internationals for the West Indies, alongside Kevin Sinclair, another spinner. Might get a chance to bowl to this man, Finn Allen. Relatively young in international cricket, but already showing his class. Looks as though he belongs with the manner in which he's gone on scoring in this innings. Couple mighty sixes leg side. Seems to have a clear mind, Finn Allen, of critical importance for any opening batsman in any format of the game. Of course, we're in Barbados, known as the gem of the Caribbean. Quite a beautiful island here in the Eastern Caribbean. Glorious beaches, white sand. Lots of activities here in Barbados if you're a tourist. Lots of green spaces as well. Right, should be okay for the resumption. Akil Hussain for his second over.
play. Bowling.
We haven't seen a lot of swing from the fast bowlers. Similarly, not a lot of turn on offer. Ball still very new. Other two spinners in this West Indian side will be watching on, trying to learn and gather as much information as possible before their opportunity with the ball.
That's middle. Thank you.
Perhaps we're not seeing a lot of turn, like you mentioned, because the ball is new. But luckily for West Indies, Akil Hussain is very experienced bowling with a new ball. He prides himself on the lines he's able to bowl.
And we've seen that in the T20 International Series, how effective he is bowling in the power play. Nicholas Pooran has used him to good effect in that phase of the innings. Usually he bowls with a good economy.
Catch it, no go.
Fielder gets under it, Nicholas Pooran, and completes the catch. That's a brilliant catch from the West Indian captain. Running away, completing the catch, and it's the first wicket for the West Indies.
And joy, finally, for the West Indies. That man, Akil Hussain, we spoke about his control and his ability to take wickets in the power play. I think we saw a bit of turn there. Just gripping a bit. Finn Allen going and playing against the spin. And a brilliant catch by Nicholas Pooran over his shoulder. Good knock, good start by Finn Allen, but he goes for just 25. He'll be disappointed. New Zealand lose their first at 41.
Kane Williamson at number 3 for New Zealand. Last wicket, not of Finn Allen. Nicholas Pooran did very well because that ball would have been traveling with the wind further from him. That drop zone would have been way to the western side of the ground. Covered a lot of it, Nicholas Pooran.
The batters would have crossed in that time. So Martin Guptill on straight.
Excellence from Akil Hussain. A wicket and 2 runs conceded. 42 for 1. The opening partnership between Martin Guptill and Finn Allen. Allen was the aggressor, attempting the big shot. He fell to Akil Hussain. spin already, providing good returns for Nicholas Puran. Edged. That flew between the wicketkeeper and Jason Holder in that first slip position. He was maybe a slip and a half. But that's a chance. Garner begging.
Cross-seam delivery. Good length. Asking Martin Guptill to play. Very good bowling by Alzarri Joseph. Missed opportunity. Just between the wicketkeeper and slip. You never want to see that happening. Most times you expect the wicketkeeper to go for those ones. Jason Holder just seems to have picked up an injury. If that attempt to catch that one, see some blood on his finger there, and he seems to be going off.
Luckily for the West Indies, that's his left hand and not his bowling hand. Dean Smith will come onto the field and give Jason Holder a chance to get some remedial work on that left index finger.
Disappointment for Alzarri Joseph. How many times have we seen that? There's always almost. There's almost always a drop chance when he's bowling.
Was a perfect length and line. Just lured Martin Guptill on the front foot, wide enough as well. We had created the expectation for Martin Guptill that the ball will come into him. Just held the line. Found the outside edge.
That slip just seems to be at 1.5. Same place Jason Holder was. And if that's where the slip is going to stand, then you need clearer communication so that that wicketkeeper would know he has to go for those catches.
Spot on, Shakira. Both Shea Hope and Kyle Mayers will need to work out which zone they cover. Pulled and in the gap. We'll get 4. Brings up the 50 for New Zealand. End of the first power play.
That's the end of the first power play, gents.
That one, Jason Holder over, produced 16.
So the New Zealand 50 comes up at the
Umpire Gregory Brathwaite signaling the start of the second power play.
50 for 1 in 10 overs, coming off 60 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes.
Kane, left arm round.
Of course, this power play, very different to the first. You can have 4 fielders beyond the 30-yard circle. A little more protection for the fielding captain.
Right on!
Great timing by Kane Williamson. His first delivery. That one played off the back foot. They're able to run cross for 3 runs.
Averages just shy of 50 in one-day internationals. Kane Williamson, 13 centuries to his name. Quite solid in that number 3 position. Bats to the situation on most occasions. The New Zealand captain.
Quite often, you see Kane Williamson looking to anchor the innings, and the other New Zealand batters will bat around him. He hasn't played much 50-over cricket since that 2019 World Cup, partly due to an injury.
There was that fuller length on leg stump from Akeal Hosein, who's very guileful as a spin bowler. Edge and another wicket. Superb stuff from the left-arm spinner. Just finding the outside edge, and it's a 2nd wicket for the West Indies.
Another one holding and gripping in this surface. Martin Guptill looking to turn that one on the onside. Easy catch for Kalmir's at slip. Joy for Akeal Hosein. He's elated, look at him. Martin Guptill goes after a start, just 24 runs. New Zealand lose their 2nd at 53.
Early days for Devon Conway in one-day international cricket. Already a player who's made a statement across formats. Akeal Hosein just got this one to spin a little bit more, lured that shot through the onside. I know you said easy catch by Carl Mayers, but he would have been blinded with that turning off the blade through the onside, so his reaction quite good. Very rarely would you find Akeal Hosein bowl the same delivery back to back. Usually there's a little more turn, there's either a little more pace. That one gripped from that middle and leg line, so you could understand why Martin Guptill was aiming leg side. Length perfect. Off the mark straight away. Devon Conway, first time batting at number 4. In his previous 3 one-day internationals, he batted at number 3.
He obviously would have been playing when Kane Williamson was unavailable. Williamson now back to his normal position at number 3, causing Conway to just shift down 1.
Pulling hard, Kane.
Success once more for Akeal Hosein. 55 for 2. Tom Latham in the New Zealand side for the start of this one international series. And for the first time, Kevin Sinclair with the ball on debut. Right-arm off-spinner from Guyana. Played T20 internationals for the West Indies previously, but there he was receiving his cap for the first time from Jason Holder. First time in one-day internationals. Only 22 years of age, Kevin Sinclair, so still learning his trade. It's a wonderful opportunity for him to continue that process.
Coming in to bowl at a right and a left-hander. With Devon Conway at the crease, perhaps prompting Nicholas Pooran to bring the off-spinner into the attack.
Kane Williamson doesn't take a lot of time to get himself in, and there's always that intent to score. Batting averages for pace as against spin.
Very capable against both types of bowling. He's a very good manipulator of the field.
Just slipped, he was searching for two. Williamson slipped at the non-striker's end. The awareness as to where the fielders are so prominent in his mind. When he made the shot, immediately called two. Jason Holder returning to the field. Had to leave for a bit of strapping on his finger. Missed that opportunity to get Martin Guptill out of the bowling of Alzarri Joseph. You'll be pleased that Guptill was eventually dismissed.
Oh, yes.
Long on and deep backward square in play.
Stifled appeal. Unmoved. Umpire Joel Wilson.
Stop stuff, Kev. Stop stuff, Kev.
Just a look back at that. Half appeal 2 balls ago. Clearly missing leg.
Stop stuff, Kev.
Single of the last ball of the 12th. 59 for 2. Two wickets falling in quick time for New Zealand. Just pegging back that scoring rate a bit. Two new batters at the crease. Captain Kane Williamson now with Devon Conway. Little more attacking feel set by Nicholas Puran. There is a slip and a leg gully. Creating problems. Akil Hussain.
Ball just bouncing a bit and having Devon Conway in a bit of trouble. It's really good to see an attacking field. Sometimes in this period, West Indies just allows the game to drift away. Right now, they're looking to make things happen.
Straight to Nicholas Puran in that very square mid-wicket position. Again, an indication that there is turn on offer to the left-handed Devon Conway, so just adjusting himself squarer. Of course, Akil Hussain has that delivery that can run on with the arm and not turn into the left-hander, so we'll be using that as the element of surprise. Courageous from Conway, attempting the reverse sweep. No run in the over so far with one delivery remaining, so pressure building here.
Quite brave, especially because Akil Hussain is extracting that extra bounce.
Point goes deeper. Won't be a maiden over. Just a single. 13 gone, 16 for 2.
Important partnership this for New Zealand. Left and right hand combination between Devon Conway and Kane Williamson. Williamson just playing his third one-day international since the 2019 50 over World Cup. He's been injured over a period of time. There's been some rotation and resting as well. So this next period for Williamson is important heading into that 50 over World Cup next year in India.
It's also an important game for Kevin Sinclair. First game in the Maroon in one-day internationals. Of course, he's played T20Is before. The young man from Guyana, and he's been looking to support Akil Hussain. Akil Hussain has been really good for the West Indies, and they'll need someone to support him. Gudakesh Moti did an excellent job for the few games that he's played. Not a bad start so far from Sinclair.
Oh, yes, I love that, I love that.
Adds a different dimension in terms of the variety for Nicholas Puran. Both Moti and Akil Hussain, of course, left and orthodox. And Sinclair right and off spinner, so it gives that variety to Nicholas Puran. Was part of that 2019 emerging players team that won the regional Super 50 tournament. A team made up of players who couldn't force their way into their domestic territorial teams. That was an amazing accomplishment for a team that were considered the ultimate rejects. 14 overs gone, 62 for 2.
Why not?
A long way away from the end of this New Zealand first innings. Projected scores
Oi.
for them. This partnership quite crucial. Such an experienced player, Kane Williamson. He will know exactly what needs to be done. Aki Hussain and the West Indies would desperately like to see the back off him. Change in field for Hussain. Takes out the short fine leg, brings him in to short mid-wicket and sends the mid-wicket fielder in the fence just backward of square towards the right of screen. Just making sure he has that additional height in mid-on. So Jason Holder, who's back on the field, takes that spot.
Oh yes. Love that. Bowling kilo.
Really subtle variations from Aki Hussain in terms of his space, but also his length. This one full. Brought him Guptill, that is on his front foot, then just a little bit shorter. Played on the back foot. And was able to get the edge. It's so important to have those subtle variations in white ball cricket. So you're not predictable.
Yeah, I think if he had his time again, Martin Guptill would have played that off the front foot rather than getting caught on the crease trying to play with half a bat. Just that little bit of turn was enough to take the outside edge. Leg slip, conventional first slip and play for Devon Conway.
Huge out. Not interested, umpire Brathwaite. He's been bowling really well. Aki Hussain continues to do that. And again, it's that subtle variation in pace that's doing the trick for him. Picked up the 2 wickets to fall so far.
Oh yes, Akil. Easy.
And a couple balls ago, a huge shot from Aki Hussain. A little bit quicker through the air, scramble seam. In there, taken, wonderful catch. Shamar Brooks diving forward. And again, well, he'll have to explain that celebration, Aki Hussain, but he's amongst the wicket once again. That's 3 for him now.
Outstanding piece of bowling from the left arm spinner. Akil Hussain, it's a top edge off the sweep. It's bounced a little bit more than what Conway thought, hence the top edge. Nice, comfortable catch, a good catch by Shamar Brooks. And that man there is doing quite a job. Not quite sure what that celebration is, maybe a bit of a sore back. But he's doing a good job. Conway goes for 4, New Zealand in a bit of trouble, 63 for 3.
3 wickets for Akil Hussain brings Tom Latham out in the middle for New Zealand. And after a good solid power play start, 50 for 1, all of a sudden 63 for 3. West Indies have been really good in the last 5 overs or so. Perhaps not the best option on a pitch that's offering a little bit extra bounce for Devon Conway. Always going to be a risky shot. But perhaps felt that he had to take on the left-hand orthodox Akil Hussain. Exceptional stuff from him yet again. He's picked up some 27 wickets, Akil Hussain, in 18 matches in 2022 at an economy of just over 5. Both himself and Alzarri Joseph, the leading bowlers for the West Indies, the go-to bowlers for Nicholas Pooran. And as you can well imagine, an additional fielder catching, pressure on.
Get him now!
End of another successful over for Akil Hussain. 15 gone, 63 for 3. Middle order of New Zealand will be tested in this innings. 13 runs, 2 wickets in the last 5 overs.
Who was there?
Spinner's done a good job here for the West Indies. Certainly some assistance in terms of just a little bit of turn, but bounce. And spinners always talk about bounce, don't they, Samuel, how important that is. Sometimes they prefer it to the actual turn. We've seen that in play on the surface so far.
And for the left-hander, there is a slip in position. Kyle Mears has the 4 fielders out. I don't think he needs 4 fielders out. He's opting to use all 4. Nicholas Pooran and Kevin Sinclair for the new batsman. Perhaps long on to mid on, and even the sweeper in the offside. Ask Latham to do something. And don't give him that easy single.
Yeah, it's a good point. Squeeze New Zealand, force another mistake, and all of a sudden New Zealand are 4 down. Bring another fielder or 2 up, so there's not that easy single to get down the other end. Build that pressure. I think it's a perfect opportunity right now for the West Indies to put a little bit of a squeeze on here.
Whoa, if anything, Casey.
And I'll do it both for Latham and Williamson. Only 12 deliveries for Williamson. And squeeze him as well. If you can get him dismissed now at this stage, then they're really on the back foot, New Zealand. Quality player, you want to get him out early. Kevin Sinclair, I mentioned before, played a couple games in T20 International, 6 games for the West Indies. Hasn't featured for some time, so this selection might have surprised him. In a recent interview, he mentioned that he always believed that he'd be back in the maroon, and he's back in, and he's doing a good job, a solid job in support of Akil Hussain. Another good over. 65 for 3. Four bowlers used so far by Nicholas Pooran. Just one successful. Akil Hussain 3 for 12 from 5. Exceptional stuff from him. And he will continue.
Boom. Boom. Why not though?
Just evidence of that consistency. Look at the concentration of deliveries from Akil Hussain.
Work it, boys.
And that in itself paints a picture. That good length, the majority of his deliveries.
Bowling, killing, bowling, killing. Nice. Love those revs, killing. Love those revs, killing. That's middle. In place, thank you.
Some numbers there for Kane Williamson, very good, just averaging just under 50. Vastly experienced, over 6,000 ODI runs. Very strong off the back foot. And he's very good against spin full stop, but real strength against left arm spinners. It's a good wee challenge here up against Akil Hussain, who's picked up the first 3 wickets for the West Indies.
Yeah, I remember a young Kane Williamson in 2012. We were playing that T20 World Cup in Sri Lanka in Palekele. And he was out there on those off days, those training days, and working on playing spin. As you know, Craig, in those countries, never short of net bowlers. And he had so many guys bowling spin to him. And he was playing that shot in particular, the sweep shot. It will challenge the boundary. Gets there in the end. And I remember looking at him and him practicing that shot and thinking about how good one day this young man will become, and true to form, he's living up to that expectation.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's not a shot that he plays a lot, actually, the sweep shot. It's more of a paddle. Just get some bat on it and get it fine. He's not a big sweeper of the ball, but he has been able to bring that shot into his game just a little bit more often for that sort of delivery. It's one of the things, great things about touring different countries, the opportunity to learn, to practice and to get better. And certainly Kane Williamson's one of the best at doing that.
He uses the depth of the crease so well. So he can get on the front foot, he can advance, but also on the back foot, and uses that box, something that the West Indian batsmen generally don't do well enough. So important when playing spin to utilize the crease laterally.
Catch him, no bro.
7 runs from that. Akil Hussain over 72 for 3. That very expensive 7th over from Jason Holder, but West Indies have done well thereafter, picking up those 3 wickets. It's a phase of the innings that traditionally they haven't done well in. So this is a good start for them, looking to take wickets, looking to be penetrative.
He's very good at doing that, Tom Latham. I think these are New Zealand's 2 best players of spin at the crease right now. Latham and Williamson. Latham prepared to use his feet and pick up singles down the ground. Very good at manoeuvring the ball into gaps, so he doesn't create pressure on himself because he can keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yes, boy.
Nicholas Pooran quite close in that extra cover region, cutting a single short mid-wicket, short square leg, backward point and mid-off. Those are the 5 fielders who are cutting a single. This one is a full toss. 2 is the call. Just one good bit of fielding from Jason Holder to limit them to 1. And I still think that they need to have an additional fielder in, at least for Latham. Don't allow him to deflect and get that easy single. Ask him to do something differently. It's actually bringing long off into mid off.
Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes.
And he does have a slip in well, in as well. So this to me is a much better feel. Maybe mid on as opposed to mid off.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Still able to find the gap. Good batting.
Yeah, that's an example of how he's able to negotiate the ball into gaps, even with 5 fielders. 6 fielders inside the ring. He's very good at that. You don't get many opportunities in one-day international cricket to actually really squeeze and put pressure on. So when that opportunity comes, you have to grab it with both hands.
75 for 3.
Well, the average first innings total here, Kensington Oval, one-day international cricket, it's 248. I think that's probably a pretty good number in terms of some sort of score that New Zealand will be looking for. A little bit of work to do. It's 75 for 3. A little bit of a repair job for the New Zealand batters at middle and lower order. Most teams look at the 300 number as their starting score and they work back or forward from that. If New Zealand can get anything around that 260 at 6 runs and over from here, they'll be pretty happy. Interesting, Samuel, that Akil was saying into his 7th over. I think at some stage they have to give him a break and hold some overs for later in the innings. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's an interesting question because of these 2 batsmen who are out in the middle. They feel as if they can get either one of them there into that lower order. And of course, Akil Hussain is their best, perhaps their best bet at doing so. He's playing a risky shot, isn't he? There is a fielder deep backward square on the boundary. And so the dismissal of Devon Conway, that additional bounce that you can get from the Kensington Oval. So I suppose that's the consideration for Nicholas Pooran. If he can get one more, as opposed to saving Akil Hussain for the back end.
It's the dilemma for the captain, isn't it? Bowler who's bowling well, picked up 3 wickets. You know that if you can get one more, one of these 2 players out, then there's an opportunity. But you're also going to spend all your best resources as well and might leave a little bit exposed at the end. Challenges for Nicholas Pooran to work through. No doubt if the West Indies could pick up one more in the next 4 or 5 overs, then they'll be in a very strong position.
Catch him no darts.
So I'd perhaps give him one more, give him 8 and save 2. Remains to be seen what Nicholas Pooran does if he saves 3. Also has another spin option in Yannick Carrier, another one who's making his debut today, wrist spin. And Pooran himself bowls a little bit of off spin. Just a single, not a tidy over from Akil Hussain, 76 for 3.
Overboard. Yeah, coming.
Kevin Sinclair on debut, 4 overs, none for 11. Will continue. Swept away in the gap, will get 4. Pace on, badly lined. And a boundary for Latham.
Go ahead, boys. Go ahead, boys.
One of his strong shots is the sweep. Tom Latham plays it well, likes to get on top of the ball, hit it hard and flat. It was a touch fuller and he adjusted nicely.
Yeah, that's one of the areas that Kevin Sinclair will have to work on, his pace generally in the high 80s, early 90s. And if you're bowling that quickly, you wouldn't get as much turn. Still very young, learning his craft, learning his trade. And the more he plays, he'll understand that trouble at the non-strikers end. Didn't pick up cleanly. Wanted the single, Kane Williamson. Latham wasn't interested. Carrier didn't pick up cleanly. Almost confusion. Again, 87 kph. So if he can bring that down to maybe the low 80s, it will give the ball more of an opportunity to turn. As it is, a little bit too flat. That's the only thing I'd say at this stage. But he is doing a wonderful job. A wonderful supporting role to Akil Hussain.
Hey, he's been tidy, isn't he? Sinclair, I just wonder whether it's time for a bowling change here, just to change things up a little bit.
Some turn, some bounce certainly. Good delivery to end. 82 for 3.
No. 1, 2, 3. Right, 2 minutes up. So change the bowler. Right arm over.
Last delivery from Kevin Sinclair. Excellent delivery. Beauty. Angling in. Pitching and turning away, and good bounce as well. The other debutant, Yannick Carrier. being introduced into the attack, wrist spinner. And what a memorable day this would be for him, receiving his cap from a fellow Trinidadian, Akil Hussein. Very stylish haircut as well.
Yeah, it's one of the fanciest I've seen, Samuel. I guess for your ODI debut, you want to be looking suave, looking slick. Now he's got a job to do with the ball.
Neatly worked, very efficiently worked from Kane Williamson. Boundary to start the over.
There's a big gap on the leg side through mid-wicket. Just a touch short. Nicely whipped through that region. And it raced away for 4.
There is a mid-wicket in position now. That was some sublime timing from Kane Williamson. Some turn for Carrier. The last ball of that Kevin Sinclair over, just 83 kph, much slower, and he got some turn and also found the outside edge. A good loop. This is the ideal delivery for Kevin Sinclair. And Shea Hope unfortunately wasn't able to gather. Fine edge, but a drop catch, an opportunity. Not too certain if Shea Hope heard anything or saw anything. Didn't see too much of a reaction from him. Carrier from coal mine in Sangre Grande in Trinidad, the first player from Sangre Grande to make the West Indies team. Of course, played for the West Indies under-19 team in 2010 in New Zealand. So serendipitous that he'll be making his debut against this opposition. Of course, captain that West Indies emerging players team in 2019, the team that won that tournament. Attended Guayco Presbyterian Primary School, El Dorado Secondary School. And I'm sure the people of Sangre Grande, the people of Trinidad and Tobago will be looking on with much pride to see this young man eventually make it on to the West Indies team, belatedly. And be looking to ensure that he represent everyone with a good performance here today. Solid start for him. 5 runs from his first over, 88 for 3. Nice little partnership between these two. 25 from 37. Had a good foundation lead. New Zealand, 41 for the first wicket. Shoot shot from Kevin Sinclair is given him. Umpire Wilson raises the finger, and there'll be a discussion between these two. Yeah, he's reviewed it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin vision? Front on coming up. Can you rock and roll that for me? Can you rock and roll that? Okay. Doesn't appear to be any bat or gloves, but can we get ultra edge, please? Ultra edge is building. Ultra edge is coming up. Flat line so far, keep rolling, flat line, keep rolling, pass the gloves now, keep rolling. No contact with the gloves, therefore no bat or gloves involved. Can I have ball tracking as available, please? Ball tracking coming up. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. Can we go back to Joel on field? Joel ask you to stay with your out decision and let you know when you're on screen.
Decision
you're on screen
upheld.
now,
Excellent
signal.
decision from umpire Wilson. And the first wicket in one-day international for Kevin Sinclair. Tom Latham goes for 12. New Zealand 88 for 4. And it's time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Back here at Kensington Oval in Barbados, New Zealand are 88 for 4. Kane Williamson not out 22. Darryl Mitchell yet to take strike. It was Akil Hussain up to this point who's been Shakira Selman, the main man in taking wickets.
He's been really good. He's shown excellent control. And then Kevin's that McConway caught by Shamar Brooks there. Beautiful catch, diving forward at deep backward square. 3 wickets for Akil Hussain. But then Kevin Sinclair was able to take his first wicket on debut after having Tom Latham dropped in the previous over. And then this acrobatic celebration. I'm sure the fans around the Caribbean would have missed this.
I must say, I've told him it's not a celebration that health and safety will take particular joy in, but Darryl Mitchell, who batted beautifully in test match cricket over the English summer when New Zealand were there. Himself and Tom Blundell, every time we switched on to watch the test match against England, it seemed like they were ever present at the crease. He showed his muscularity in the T20s up at Sabina Park as well.
Catch it now. Come back, Des.
And he's off the mark. It'll be a great moment for Kevin Sinclair, because there's a young man from Berbice in Ghana who played T20s last year. Shakira, you would have seen him as he performed for the West Indies and then fell off the radar. Played a couple of CPL matches, played a couple of first-class matches, but no one had heard about him. And then the West Indies selector sent him, or selected him, to play for the A-team against Bangladesh. Because of the matchup here, they wanted him in this squad, and his granddad will be particularly proud. Carlton, who from a youngster was responsible for throwing balls to him, taking him to the police ground in New Amsterdam, honing his cricketing skill, and he'll tell you he's as much a batsman as he is a bowler.
Catch it now. Ball.
And I remember in an interview he did when he played in that series against Sri Lanka, he was very grateful to his grandfather. Said he owed all his success to him. It's really good to see him back. He didn't do too badly against Sri Lanka in that series. And it was really saddened to see that he fell off the radar.
Sri Lanka then into the South African series. And then kind of fell away for reasons we don't know. 22 overs gone, 91 for 4. A wicket for Sinclair, 3 to Akil Hussain. Alzarri Joseph probed away, had a chance put down off Guptill to Jason Holder's slip. It's Yannick Carrier who will continue. As a young man, he began his club cricket, or certainly in the early stages, for Clico Presal, as they were known then in Trinidad. Has moved on to Queen's Park Cricket Club, I'm sure amongst others. The spin, bit of bounce and a bit of spin, as we've been seeing almost all the way through the innings so far.
The bounce is expected on this pitch, but the amount of turn that these spinners are getting so early in the game, I'm sure Mitchell Santner is smiling.
Catch it!
Struck too firmly in the air past Yannick Carrier.
Fuller from Korea. Nice firm drive. Aerial, but no chance for him.
Well fielded by Puran. That catch that Puran took earlier was otherworldly. Very few viewers will understand the degree of difficulty for that catch. He took one up at Sabina Park as well. Running with the ball coming over your shoulder, the judgment of that is the highest degree of difficulty. Good stop by Kyle Mayers, really good stop.
Ball in, sweet, sweet, sweet. On the ridge, on the ridge.
Just seemed to be on the edge. Into the ground, was it? Oh no, just past the right foot of sheer hope. But no chance.
Just one off the over, 92 for 4. Just to reflect on Nicholas Pooran's catch earlier. This is the end result of it. So I suppose it doesn't tell the entire story of how far he ran, the angle at which he ran, and this might give us a better idea. Good way to rejoin us with Nicholas Pooran taking that catch off Guptill, Finalin earlier. Alzarri Joseph is back.
Alzarri Joseph to take the bowling at the 12-yard line.
Alzarri Joseph back into the attack. Interesting change by Nicholas Pooran. And I say interesting because Kevin Sinclair just took a wicket in his previous over. Perhaps prompted by the fact that two right-handers are now at the crease. This partnership is going to be very crucial for New Zealand. No Glenn Phillips playing. Glenn Phillips obviously was a player of the series in that T20 series just concluded.
One of the things we've seen, Shakira, and you'd appreciate this being a seamer yourself, is when the ball has been over pitch and Jason Holder to Finalin would be 3 of those. Alzarri Joseph got driven down the ground early by Finalin, so that would be 4. But when you've lived in a length and straight enough or just short of a good length, it's been hard to score with the ball bouncing off a good length. Like there. So for the moment, you perhaps would be looking to live there as a stock delivery.
And I think Alzarri was pretty good in his first spell. He bowled lots of balls in that area, just jagging back in at the batters, not giving them any room. And especially against Kane Williamson, he'll have to bowl those straighter lines.
Yeah, don't give that room. Don't give that room.
A bit of room, but it only results in 1. They have a deep point employed on the boundary. Look at these stats for Alzarri Joseph. Remarkable record here at Kensington Oval. 18 wickets in just 7 outings. And what about that average? Averaging 14 with an economy rate under 5. an economy rate under 5, bowling in the power play and at the death. So that just tells you how outstanding he would have been in the games played here at Kensington Oval.
3 4-wicket hauls in his first 3 games. A couple of those against Ireland. I want to delve into your form of the game in the next over with New Zealand's women coming here in September, October. Very Dhoni-like, that stop by Shea Hope. 94 for 4. CG United won the International Series later down in the year, September, October. Shakira, how much are you in anticipation of this from 16th of September this year? 3 ODIs, CG United ODIs, and then the T20 series with the visiting New Zealand women.
I really look forward to this series. Reason being, we haven't done very well in 50-over cricket of recent. Yes, we defeated them at the just concluded World Cup, but that was a surprise to many onlookers. Maybe a surprise even to many supporters. So we'll be looking to show some consistency in that form of the game. We're also going through a transition of sorts. Hayley Matthews just becoming the captain for both formats, replacing Stefani. After many years at the helm, she would have done a good job as captain, of course, especially the way she led with the bat. But it's a chance for young Hayley Matthews to display her leadership and to lead a somewhat experienced side.
Loving this energy, quick.
And then those 5 T20s are preparation for that World Cup coming up in February next year, which will be played in South Africa, of course.
Very good from Carrier. That was a straighter line, and Mitchell had to almost hold and reset himself from maybe going down the onside against the spin. A little bit of drift in. The shot he plays very well. That reverse sweep.
We saw the shot attempted a couple occasions, first by Devon Conway and also by Tom Latham. First real positive end result for New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell, very adept at playing that shot.
We go straighter line again, and well played by Mitchell. We saw that sweep a lot in that test series, in that partnership with himself and Blundell.
Very good response by Carrier. That drifting that you were talking about once more.
Halfway mark of the innings, 99 for 4.
Overruled.
That's the halfway point with this game so far in terms of the innings. Of New Zealand's 25 overs done, you are in Barbados. You're in the home of a national hero. Big up the Red Excellent, big up his shoulders, and big up this lady.
Kevin Sinclair went out of the attack. Alzarri Joseph came in for 1 over, and now the, I suppose, the real star so far of the bowling, Akil Hussain.
He's completed 7 overs already. But Nicholas Pooran just really wanting the wicket, not wanting Daryl Mitchell to settle. And for that reason, he's gone back to his straight bowler.
$100 comes up for New Zealand.
That first 50 coming out in 60 balls, with the second much slower after the introduction of the spinners. Just shows how good West Indies has been.
Could be a boundary. We saw the reverse sweep from Daryl Mitchell in the previous over. Now we see the orthodox sweep, both yielding boundaries.
Well, this is exceptional from Daryl Mitchell. Really good manipulation of the field. No fielder on the 45 there for Akil Hussain. That's the reason he would have opted to play that conventional sweep. And immediately we see that short fine line put in place.
Those sorts of shots can really mess with a bowler and a captain's planning. But it also offers the bowler some hope.
That's it, that's it, that's it.
Just hold on to that lovely middle and off, middle stump line that he bowls. The top edge could come into play on this pitch with all its bounce.
And also, it's so much more risk when the bowler is bowling so adjacent to those stumps.
Yep. Held his composure with his line after the boundary. 104 for 4.
Akil Hussain 8 overs, and he's gotten 3 prize wickets. Got Finn Allen on the go, and a brilliant running back catch by Nicholas Pooran. Another wonderful catch in slip by Kyle Mears. And then an ill-advised sweep by Devon Conway. Diving forward, Shamar Brooks taking that 3rd for Akil Hussain, and him with his customary celebration. I'm not sure I quite understand the celebration as yet. Maybe you have more info on that for us, Bish.
That one I don't have the info for. The one where he stirs the pot and pretends to be eating a food is one, I think, that he mimics from, I think it's a footballer, an international footballer. It wasn't that long ago. He's only been in international cricket for 18 months, Akil Hussain. People forget that. February last year. Because a number of players did not want to tour Bangladesh, that's the only reason that he got selected and has made the best use of the opportunity up to this point.
Nice kiss, nice kiss.
Good hand by Casey Curty. He really has been a good find for West Indies. He's made the most of the opportunity given to him.
A late roller.
He's done well in both formats, and hopefully we'll see him soon with the right ball. I think he's good enough.
To find the gap between cover and extra cover took some precision. But that is typical Williamson.
Flamboyant as ever. Too full by carrier. But exquisite timing and what placement. That extra cover isn't too far from that field at mid-off. Just outstanding by Kane Williamson.
Does.
Just wonder if that straighter line is perhaps at the moment the better line. What they've done well is to persist even against Williamson with the man at slip in Kyle Mays.
There's enough happening with the ball to encourage Pooran to keep that slipping. Here's his pitch mark on debut. Nice tight lanes. And he's been in that good length predominantly. He's just gone for 17 runs so far, a 1 ball to complete his 4th over.
$110 for 4.
That's overboard. Sorry.
We were talking about the New Zealand women coming to the Caribbean later in the year, just to reignite memories, Shakira, of what this team has accomplished in 2016 when the men won, the under-19s won, and then the women also took things home. Remember an innings played by Haley in that tournament. I can't remember if it was a semi-final. Outstanding. And if you can give Haley a message for me, and I've tweeted it before, I believe that Haley Matthews has the ability, I'm not talking potential anymore, to be one of the huge superstars of the women's game. That's how highly I think up there with the Meg Lannings and the Perrys, those sorts of superstars of the women's game. And that's the message I want to give to her. She's on her way there. She's had her moments, but I think consistently she should be up there in lights with some of those stellar names that we talked about.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Bish. And I think she is improving. She's still quite a young player. I too had been asking her to be more consistent because I've seen that ability. She's one of the best batters around in world cricket, easily. I think she still intimidates most bowlers.
The dad, Michael, of course, is still plying his trade at club cricket, and he used to play at the club base here at Kensington Oval, Pickwick Cricket Club.
Yeah, he's still playing cricket on weekends. And her brother, Ray Matthews, he used to represent Wanderers Club, another infamous club here in Barbados, but now he's moved on to Wildy Cricket Club. A fast bowler by nature.
Best kind of cricketer, isn't he?
Oh, the best. But I think Haley is improving as a player. Over the last 6 months or so, we've seen more consistency in her game. She had a couple of good outings in New Zealand in the last World Cup. She started off with a brilliant 100 against New Zealand. It's one of the best innings I've ever seen. Currently, she and Deandra are over in England playing in the 100.
Yeah, they both got half centuries yesterday. So I say she's on her way there. And I think her improvement partly has come because she plays now in straighter lines. From a batting perspective, temperamentally, there's some work being done. So whoever has been doing the work, and I put it out there in social media recently in the last 6 to 8 months, should be commended for the improvement we've seen in her. But again, I say her level is ahead of her with the global superstars of the game.
I think added to that, she's worked harder on her fitness. So now she's able to bat for longer periods.
West Indies still looking for another couple of wickets. 1-1-1 for 4.
It's been hard work for New Zealand. Run rate down to 3.96. Reverse sweep has been employed a number of times by Daryl Mitchell. What it does do, Darren Ganga, is it does create opportunities for the spinners.
Indeed. And if I'm Nicholas Pooran and Yannick Carrier, I wouldn't mind Daryl Mitchell playing this stroke.
Conventional sweep. It's nicely played and will run away for 4. Fielder was in front of square, so Mitchell knew the spot. Much needed boundary.
Length was very full, so it allowed Daryl Mitchell to hit on top of the ball. He covered it nicely. Swept down. Quite aware of that fielder in short, fine legs, so once he got past that fielder, he knew he was in business for a boundary. A little more pressure now on Yannick Carrier.
Oh, yes, boy.
He's been impressive on debut today. His control has been good. Pace has been excellent as well. The West Indies spinners have done a good job through this middle part so far. Use of the feet, that's good from Mitchell, getting down closer to the ball.
Well, Craig, I had a chance of playing first-class cricket with Yannick Carrier. In fact, when I captained Trinidad and Tobago in first-class cricket, Yannick Carrier made his debut. Under me as captain, his first game was against Windward Islands in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and was a young man back then who showed all promise of being a fine all-rounder. He can bat, of course, but it was his leg spin that impressed the most at a time when you needed a bowler who was attacking by nature, and that he was. First game, I think he picked up 5 wickets, and he was a viable option for me as captain to bring him on when I needed a wicket. So that alone speaks to his quality as a wrist spinner.
Oh, it's a good finish to the over in the end. 29 ball, 116 for 4. by bowlers used for the West Indies. It's heavily dosed in spin, where the success has been. First one-day international wicket for Kevin Sinclair. And Akhil Hussain has been outstanding, 3 for 25. This game's at an interesting stage. Darren Ganga talking about Yannick Carrier. I'm interested then, why is it taking him so long to reach this point? When you saw that talent some time ago, and it's taken some time to make his West Indies debut.
Well, I did mention when he debuted in 2011 in first-class cricket. Since then, he's gone on to play 50-over cricket. That's a list A format. Of course, in his first one-day international, but back then he was a little bit reluctant to bowl his googly, which to me is a great variation to have as a wrist spinner. Yannick Carrier also has a top spinner. It's a delivery that we don't often see from wrist spinners, but for me it's an effective delivery. And I'll tell you why. That subtle variation in a wrist spinner's delivery for a top spinner, and that's a ball that goes on straight. Doesn't spin away from a right-hander, nor does it come into the right-hander as a googly. But that top spinner, sometimes with that variation of rolling your wrist and the back of the hand being shown, oftentimes a batter interprets that as a googly.
And also there tends to be more bounce with the top spinner as well, which can be good for the leg spinner. Oh, there's a big shout, big shout. Joel Wilson's having a long, hard look. Not what the bowler wanted, but there's a chance to go upstairs, and they have.
By the director, you have a player's review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, so fair delivery. And we start with front on spin vision. Front on coming up. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can we confirm that with the use of ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Flat line so far. Keep rolling. No bat involved. Gap between bat and ball. Can I have ball tracking as available, please? Ball tracking is building. Wait on ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Can we go back to Joel on field? Joel, you have to change your decision from not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal.
Wow, that's impressive. The finger goes up from Joel Wilson. Impressive review from the West Indies. There was some uncertainty in the skipper, and Nicholas Pooran went upstairs, which means that Daryl Mitchell makes his way off for 20, and now New Zealand 116 for 5. Michael Bracewell, spin bowling all-rounder for New Zealand, makes his way out to the middle. There's some work to do for New Zealand. West Indies have been outstanding. This is a lovely piece of bowling that just angled back into the right-handed Daryl Mitchell. Got caught on the crease. Big appeal. And in the end, the review that went upstairs was 3 reds. Exactly what the West Indies were looking for. They got their man. And you can see the excitement. Must be a great feeling, Gangas, as a captain when you get one right.
Indeed, Nicholas Pooran also getting a wicket with his fast bowling options. First 4 wickets going to the spinners. This is the first one going to Alzarri Joseph and the seamers.
He's marshalled his bowlers nicely, hasn't he, Nicholas Pooran, today? It's quite a different format, isn't it? One-day international to T20s. There's more time. Alzarri Joseph loves this ground, Kensington Oval. That was his 19th one-day international wicket. He's the leading wicket taker on this very ground, so it's a surface that he enjoys. He's had a fair bit of success here. Michael Bracewell underweight.
Funny you make that point. It reinforces the importance of a team's brains trust and captain making the right decision with regard to the bowling strategy for a particular match. I felt in that one-day T20 International Series recently played between these two teams that the West Indies missed a trick by not investing more in spin. We saw that there was a fair amount of turn in Sabina Park in Jamaica. He had a little more turn on offer for the West Indies and the bowlers.
It's nicely played. It's gone very quick, and the misfield means it will go for 4. Through the hands, bonus runs for New Zealand.
Very average effort from Akil Hussain. Just fumbling at the last moment, ball going through his hands. Trickles into the boundary line. That will not please Alzarri Joseph.
Yep, that sort of fielding makes the fast bowler very angry indeed. And there goes the reply. It's a bouncer that will be called wide. So that won't improve the mood of Alzarri Joseph.
Of course, 2 venues being used for this entire white ball tour. We saw 3 T20 internationals at Sabina Park, and I spoke about the degree of turn at that venue. West Indies didn't go with 2 spinners or more up until that last game that they won. Here at Kensington Oval, already 3.2 degrees of turn. And they've gone with 3 spinners in this game. So, very good thinking by Nicholas Pooran and the West Indies.
Edged and gone. What a wicket that is for the West Indies. Alzarri Joseph, what a bowler. 2 in the over, and the West Indies on top here at Barbados.
And 20 wickets now for Alzarri Joseph in one-day internationals at Kensington Oval in Barbados. He continues to make this venue one of his own. Great success from the right-arm fast bowler. That's a landmark wicket. Kane Williamson gone for 34, 122 for 6.
Mitchell Santner, another left-hander coming to the middle for New Zealand. There is a real repair job to be done here by New Zealand's lower order. 122 for 6. Alzarri Joseph's been outstanding. What an over that was. 2 wickets in the over. And the big wicket of the New Zealand captain just feathered one through to Shea Hope. Look at the reaction from the bowler. Nice piece of bowling. And the reaction was one of disgust because of the misfield earlier in the over. There's no celebration. You've just got one of the best players in the world out. Look at the reaction. That's the competitive nature of the fast bowler. Beautiful stuff.
Well, he's quite temperamental. Alzarri Joseph takes his cricket very seriously. Not have been happy with this man on screen, who fumbled and conceded a boundary.
Just the 2 overs left now for the left arm spin. Interesting coming back into the attack with 2 left-handers at the crease. He's had success against 2 of his 3 wickets against the New Zealand right-handers. Leg slip and play. It's down the leg side and won't be called wide. Perhaps it flicked. No, Michael Bracewell's saying, how's that not wide? Didn't flick my pad. Left arm spinner might have got away with one there. Really important. That's not far away from the stumps either. That New Zealand reevaluate and work out a total that they feel will be competitive in this match.
Well, that's a runner ball. They'll get to 240. And that's if they can preserve their wickets and continue to bat through the rest of this innings.
Use of the feet's in the air, but find the man long on, wide long on. Yeah, they really need to put a marker down and say, right, if we get 240, we're in this game. How are we going to go about it with 20 overs left, plenty of time? Key is a partnership. Key is a big partnership here. West Indies need to keep chipping wickets out, and they've done it superbly today.
I looked at those 2 wickets that Alzarri Joseph got, and you can see that the ball was pitching in that grassed area, which has offered the seamers a little bit of lateral movement and extra bounce. And there's an area outside the line of the off stump for the left-handers for Akeal Hussain, with a little bit of grass that offered a little bit of bounce in his previous spells. Can he extract that bounce and create more problems for the New Zealanders?
Get him now, back pan.
Another excellent over, just the one from it, 123 for 6.
Lots of starts in this New Zealand batting lineup. No one really converting.
Four scores between 20 and 34. Not good enough from New Zealand today.
Alzarri Joseph in the last over picked up 2 very important wickets for his team. First was Daryl Mitchell, initially not given out, but when the review was taken, Hawkeye showed that the ball was going on to hit the stumps. And then Kane Williamson got a beauty, expecting the inward movement. Ball just going through straight, finding the outside edge. And it's that element of surprise. Generally, he's short of a good length, but then he just gets the ball a little bit further in that green zone. That gets you a little bit distorted as a batsman. You're not sure if to play forward or play back, and you're just feeling for the ball. Those two pulsating white balls, those are the lengths that produce wickets for Alzarri Joseph.
Oh, there's a top edge there that's going to run away for 4. Not where Michael Bracewell wanted it to go, but he got the right result.
And he's not afraid to play his shots, which is the right approach in the circumstances. You can't be a sitting duck, just sit around and wait. Got to find a way very quickly as a batter to transfer pressure back onto the bowling group. You can only do that with scoring runs.
Yeah, it's a good point. And he can score them rather quickly, Michael Bracewell. The key will be making sure he's still batting with the last 3 or 4 overs to go in the New Zealand innings. If they can do that, New Zealand will have a decent total on board. Oh, there's a leading edge that doesn't quite carry. Again, it's that steep bounce that we've seen in the surface today. It's been inconsistent, and that's what's made it difficult for the batters.
Again, in that little grassed area. It's not evenly grassed, so when the ball makes contact with the bare area, it just runs through. And then there is the exaggerated bounce.
And that's not that short, is it? When you look at it side on, really wasn't that short to be bouncing that high. That's the challenge that the batters are finding difficult. Short and pulled away. He's strong on that shot off the back foot is Bracewell. Santner wanted 2, but a good piece of fielding keeps it to 1.
I had a chat with a few of the ground staff members before the start of this game, and they spoke about the taking off of the top of the square. And that's because of the ash that came from a recent volcanic activity in St. Vincent, La Soufrière. That volcano erupted, and there was a lot of ash spread across this facility in 2021. Ground staff had to take the top top area off and then relay it with new turf. 32 overs gone, 128 for 6.
New Zealand ticking along at 4 runs per over. The worrying thing is the 6 wickets that have fallen. There's still 18 overs of batting left for this New Zealand side. Kevin Sinclair bowled the 6 overs, has been tidy, has been tight, 1 for 20. About to start his 7th over. No surprise, the off-spinner's coming on with 2 left-handers at the crease. Trying to turn the ball away, bring that outside edge into play. Past the outside edge to begin.
Good heat, good heat.
And it's the first time he's getting a spell from the Malcolm Marshall end. Bowled his previous 6 overs from the Joel Garner end.
Yeah, right.
Just keep your eyes out for the extra bounce.
Bit of a rebuild needed here for New Zealand. Give themselves a chance to actually have a death at the end. Do some hitting, but they've got a wee way to go before they can even think about that. Interesting, right? Long on is coming up inside the circle. That's Jason Holder, who's been brought up left of screen there. Extra fielder in the ring. This is good from Pooran, putting the squeeze on, putting Santner under pressure. Does he want to take the risk and try and go over the top with his side 6 down and in a bit of trouble?
I don't think he'll be thinking like that just yet. He'll take a couple deliveries to get himself accustomed to the pace of this surface.
Off the mark, Mitchell Santner. Nicely bowled. Gets through his overs quick too. That's the other advantage of having the spinners on through this middle period. Hustle through the overs. Nicely played down the ground for a single to finish the 33rd over. New Zealand 131 for 6, and it's time for a Blues Water drinks break.
New Zealand put into bat a 131 for 6 after 33 overs. Akil Hussain, the main destroyer-in-chief. Alzarri Joseph doing his work. And a wicket for the returning Sinclair. Three for 26 for Akil Hussain. He'd love to add to that. So too Alzarri Joseph. Jason Holder, I think, should come back into the attack pretty soon. There's some bounce in the surface. And he is from this wonderful island of Barbados. An island famous not only for its typical tourism, but sports tourism. It offers high quality water sports and cuisine. A wonderful place to relax, refresh, and while you're doing that, you can take in some of the exciting cricket that historically has been a part of the sports culture here. So many international cricketers have emanated from this lovely island. A place to visit, a place to see. Visit Barbados. First place I ever visited when I left Trinidad and Tobago way back in the early 80s. And Jason Holder is back into the attack. So That grassed area that we've seen Alzarri Joseph hit time and again is something that Jason Holder can look to operate into. And he has a strength of accuracy. Let's revisit Alzarri Joseph's 2 wickets again into that grassed area. And then extra bounce, and we've seen it time and again. So Samuel Badri, that's, for me, when I look to start my bowling spell, I was looking for a discoloration in the pitch, any part of the pitch that I can use as a target. Jason Holder has that in his sights.
It's a nice little area, a nice little target, as you mentioned, for the bowlers, particularly bowling from the Joel Garner end, which is operating from now for the first time in the innings. And of course, that back of a length where some balls will take off, some will not take off as much. And the variable bounce that we've spoken about creates some uncertainty in the minds of the batsmen. And West Indies are very well poised at this stage, 132 for 6. They can get another. Try to dismiss New Zealand inside the 50 overs. That should be the thinking. Where can they find a wicket? How can they produce another one? That's what Nicholas Pooran should be thinking about, as opposed to just restricting for the remaining overs. Who can he turn to? Well, he's turned to Jason Holder. Maybe give him a slip, a catcher, in search of that wicket. So I wouldn't mind seeing him either utilize a slip or perhaps a gully because of that bounce and try to take away that shot that Santner guides the ball down to third man. Should be thinking about a wicket, another one.
Three off the over. 134 for 6. Kevin Sinclair 1 for 23 from his 7 overs.
Oh, no. That is brilliant, Brookie. That's brilliant, Brookie. Down, Zari.
Nice strong shot down the ground from Bracewell. Of course, very talented. We saw him in that test series in England announce himself to a global audience.
Against the hypothetical turn from Sinclair, around the wicket, so the angle will be coming into the left-hander. Just beats Alzarri Joseph, who was at mid-on, now at long-on. Another experienced player for New Zealand, Mitch Santner. Batting average split against pace and spin, good against spin. And as a spin bowler himself, he sort of be in the mind of the bowlers that he's coming up against and sort of preempt what they are looking to do against him and utilize that knowledge to his benefit. But I think, Bish, that Kevin Sinclair has acquitted himself really well on debut. Edged. Cal Mears couldn't hold on, stuck his right paw. Got something on it. A difficult chance. It would have been a blinder.
The umpires may want to see that piece of fielding as well again. I wonder if Nicholas Pooran came back from behind the boundary ropes in time when he picked it up. Yeah, it flew quickly. Mears has already taken a good catch today. Sharp catch. That one was even more so. Now there's a hop, skip and a jump here. Where is that right leg when he actually touches the ball? Might need another angle there because he's perilously close to have picked up the ball with still grounded behind the boundary. Yes, there, so that's 4. Got himself in a tangle.
I want to have another look at it, the third umpire, but Shea Hope was signaling for quite early in the plot because he saw this. And just confirmation of that boundary. 144 for 6 now New Zealand. 15 overs remaining in their innings. Kevin Sinclair finding the outside edge off the bat. An aggressive stroke meant that it flew through to Mears, who was full stretch at slip. Too much pace for him. One thing this pitch has offered is some additional bounce, and West Indies, of course, using 3 spinners in their lineup today. Not very often you'll see a West Indies team playing 3 spinners, more so at the Kensington Oval. But all 3 of Hussain, Sinclair and Carrier have done well.
It's a shame that Guda Kishimoto hasn't recovered from his injury picked up in Trinidad in the ODIs. I think that there had been talk emanating that they'd love to play certainly 2, if not 3, if they could have gotten to an off spinner earlier. And time will tell whether Yannick Carrier will have an impact to make with a bat. He's a batting all-rounder. Hit in front of square nicely. And that's the danger with Santner and Bracewell. They're both extremely competent batsmen.
Now Bracewell, in the recent past, have had some exceptional knocks in one-day international cricket. Throw your minds back to that series against Ireland. He was absolutely brilliant. And West Indies of course, they will know that as well. And it won't take anything for granted.
No run.
Comes from cricket and lineage, Bracewell. Cricket in his blood, in his family. Nephew of two former New Zealand international players, and of course the cousin of Doug Bracewell. So another one of the Bracewells carrying the name, carrying the legacy.
Wider.
149 for 6.
We got 14 overs to go. Innings of New Zealand. Come on. Get through.
How much is enough on the surface? Not an easy surface on which to play strokes. Will it change in the evening conditions as the sun goes down? Only time will tell. 149 for 6. Yannick Carrier.
So Yannick Carrier to bowl from the Malcolm Morris line.
As I look at Jason Holder, some of the things that go through my mind is now that he's into his just turning 30. He came out for sabbatical, so I think it could speculate. It speaks to two things. That as an all-format player, it's very demanding on him because his pace has been down since he's returned. Or as you get older, and I know this myself, as you get older, it takes a little while for the engine to start purring again, to be back at your best. And that there, again, is the best of Bracewell.
He's a powerful striker of the ball, isn't he, Bracewell? Granted, it was a short delivery. It's quickly onto that, and despite the protection in the deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, he bisected them both. That control that Carrier demonstrated in the earlier spell, he needs to replicate that. A little bit more challenging this time around, as it's two left-hand batsmen he's bowling to. So to get that ID length and ID line, that's the challenge now.
As they go forward, Nicholas Puran, in games to come, hopefully weeks, months and years to come, can perhaps keep Kyle Mayers in the game or get him into the game more often. It's a lovely shot again. That's mid-Santner. And that's what we were speaking through, the quality of these two left-handed batters.
We saw a short one dispatched through the leg side. This one wasn't too bad of a delivery, and Santner manufactured the space to get it through the offside and threaded the needle through extra cover and mid-off. A sublime stroke.
Hey.
10 off the over, 159 for 6. Jason Holder out of the attack. 2 wickets in over number 30. 1 in over number 9, and then over number 11. And then over number 22. So wickets have come incrementally. 6 down. Kevin Sinclair. In my view, and what you preferred about Kevin Sinclair a little earlier, I'm surprised actually that the type of player that he is. That having played against South Africa in T20s last year, 3 CPL matches, that no team picked him up in the CPL, the Caribbean Premier League, for this season at age 22. I don't know how that reflects on how teams are choosing. I hope that teams are looking on and saying, if we are thinking partly about West Indies cricket and the development partly of players, as opposed to only thinking about winning in a professional organization, that he will feature. He can still, of course, come in as a replacement player if that opportunity arises.
Couple deliveries ago, the LBW appeal from Sinclair himself. Missing.
Bowling, boy.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bish, in terms of his development. When he first came on the scene, looked upon as a future West Indies player. He's realized that dream, but not having that opportunity in the CPL, I'm sure, would have deflated him a little bit. 38 gone, 161 for 6.
$161 for 6. Yannick Carrier.
Nice, nice.
What we've seen, any idea yet on what a good total might be? It's a varied attack for New Zealand.
Haven't seen too much of a googly from Yannick Carrier. Ball generally the leg spin. Just wonder if he can utilize that delivery a little bit more against the left-handers. No slip, of course, in position. And they've made the adjustment in the field. Previously, he had a sweeper on the fence. Has the long off in position now. So you can ill afford to give any width on the offside.
In front, surely. Yes! First wicket in one-day internationals. First international wicket for Yannick Carrier as the rain spits down here at Kensington Oval, plumb in front. They reviewed it, not hopeful.
Guys, if you take this time to let you know, we need to come to the Frosty tent right here, right now. Come to the Frosty tent because
TV umpire director, you have a players review for LBW. Your original decision is out. Check the front foot, is a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin division? Front on coming up. appears to be gap between bat and ball. Can we confirm that gap with the use of ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line so far. Keep rolling. Flat line. Gap between bat and ball. Can I go to ball? Track him as available, please. Ball tracking coming up. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, can you stay with your decision of out? I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now. Signal.
It's gone. Wicket for Yannick Carrier. First in one-day internationals. Bracewell goes for 31. 162 for 7.
Senior statesman Tim Southey comes to the crease. An aggressive player, but a great feeling for Yannick Carrier. You never forget your first, and this is his first international wicket.
Excellent delivery, good line, good length, and just enough turn to beat the bat. Wonderful feeling for the man from Sangre Grande. The last time New Zealand were here for a one-day international series in 2012. Spin was so crucial. Sunil Narayan grabbing 13 wickets. Googly, excellent delivery to end the over. Successful one for Carrier and the West Indies, 162 for 7.
Number of 20s and 30s. Final over for Kevin Sinclair. Kalmir still in that slip position, rightly so.
Just a long single, long single.
Yeah, in that 2012 series, Sunil Narayan bagged 13 scalps, player of the series. Tim Southey was the leading wicket taker for New Zealand. He picked up 10 wickets. The West Indies won that 5-match series 4-1. Of course, this time around, it's for all-important World Cup Super League points. The West Indies playing their final round of matches in that cycle. And they're desperate for points. They need at least 2 wins, if not 3. Slip comes out. Mayers goes into short mid-wicket.
Intrigued to see whether Southey can hold himself back. He's an aggressive ball striker. The bigger side of the ground is leg side for him against the off-spinner, with the wind helping there as well. 3 deep fielders leg side. Very well bowled by Sinclair.
And as you go into the final 10 overs as a low-order batsman, you tend to think that overs are running out. much quickly than they really are. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes once this final delivery of the 40th is completed and we enter that final phase.
I think there are very few times that Southey can help himself with bat in hand. Very aggressive-minded.
Catch him now.
He's off the mark. But a good outing for 22-year-old Kevin Sinclair on return to West Indies colours. 1 for 37 from his 10. And congratulations from his mates. Still drizzling here as we enter the final phase of power play, where you're allowed to put 5 fielders on the boundary outside the circle if you so desire. There goes Southey into the outfield, Blackwood after it.
Yeah, I spoke to a couple of the players earlier today, and they mentioned in training yesterday, the West Indies players that is, because they trained yesterday evening, that there wasn't too much due to have an impact in this game. Second.
Terrific. Terrific length, first of all, pace on the ball, and the line good.
So this little bit of a sprinkling. Just wonder what it will do to the surface. He's growing in confidence, isn't he, Yannick Carrier?
You hope it doesn't impact, well, it doesn't seem to be impacting Carrier, but it's been drizzling for the last 5 to 10 minutes now. And it's persistent. So you hope it doesn't impact with the ball picking up moisture in the outfield. He's acquitted himself quite well on his ODI debut so far with the ball.
Quicker delivery and the bounce is so important. But his control has been exceptional. He's shown some variety as well. And of course, picking up that first wicket will bring him so much confidence, Yannick Carrier. Also brings some expectations as well. He'll need to finish off his final 2 overs and 1 delivery in his spell. Recently played against Bangladesh A with the West Indies A team, so he came across from that series. Wonderful inclusion to this team.
I wonder who bowls now from the other end. It looks as though it might be Jason Holder at 167 for 7.
Hey, Nicholas, over and over.
The only bowler yet to pick up a wicket, Jason Holder. Still trying to find his best form and his groove since his rest post IPL. change in the field with a deep square leg, forward square and a deep mid-wicket. When we see him in T20 games, he looks to go into the pitch with a lot of slower balls, hitting leg side is into the wind. Seam up on that occasion.
Operating now from the Joel Ghana end. So the plan will be that straight line. Has 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg.
Is into the pitch, but it's well played by Santner.
Yeah, that is sort of the length that he's looking for. But Santner knew exactly where he wanted him to hit it, and instead of hitting it towards mid-wicket, he flat batted it past the fielder at mid-on, who I think is a little bit too wide. If he has to get beaten, should get beaten to his left and not to his right.
I just wonder if it was a cutter then that went for 4, and I wonder if it was a little bit of a cutter at last delivery as well. Yeah, cutters. So pace off into the pitch, something he uses a lot at the back end of innings in white ball cricket. Still drizzling. Hoist from Tim Southey.
And that could have gone anywhere. Unfortunately for Southey, it fell safely down towards third man. Was aiming to hit that out of Kensington.
Pace off again. You could see the fingers rolling down the outside. So I think the last 3 deliveries, a little bit of pace off. There's a little conversation, I think, about the drizzle, which has increased in its intensity. .42 overs completed, 175 for 7.
Where will New Zealand end up? Projected scores, if they go at a run a ball, they'll get to 223. Lost a lot of wickets in that power play too. And that was a very good phase for the West Indies, because since the last 50 over World Cup, West Indian bowlers, they averaged 4 wickets in power play too. That's overs numbers 11 to 40. This game, they've gone way ahead of that. 7 wickets. Seven wickets so far in the innings.
And very nearly another one. Ambitious stroke by Mitchell Santner. Just getting the inside edge and racing on to the fine line boundary.
Could have been another for Carrier. just got enough bat on it to go past the wicketkeeper and that fielder in short fine leg. So New Zealand, they were 50 for 1 after the first 10 overs, and then in that second phase, lost 6 wickets. Credit to the West Indian bowlers, how they've gone about creating opportunities and taking them.
West Indian bowlers have showed remarkable control. And Nicholas Pooran has aided them by setting fairly aggressive fields. He persisted with that slip for long periods. The New Zealand batters, of course, will be disappointed. Many of them got starts, but they weren't able to carry on.
I also feel Pooran, he's read the conditions well by selecting 3 spinners. All spinners amongst the wickets. 3 to Hussain, 1 wicket to Kevin Sinclair, 1 to Yannick Carrier. And Craig McMillan, my last stint, asked about Yannick Carrier and how his development has been since making his first class debut in 2011. Well, he played and captained that West Indies emergence side in List A cricket and not first class cricket. But for his first class team that he plays for, that's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, hasn't had many opportunities with the ball. When he plays as a batsman. And he very rarely gets an opportunity to bowl quite a few spells. So that has sort of stunted his development as a wrist spinner. Something that has frustrated him, actually.
And if it's one thing wrist spinners need to do, is bowl lots of balls. They need to be given the opportunity. It's good to see him coming through despite, obviously, he would have been second to Imran Khan, who played in that last Super 50 for Trinidad Red Force.
It also underscores the importance of the franchise first-class teams, making sure that the right players are given the opportunities to play. Lofted drive, goes all the way. 1 bounce, beg your pardon. Alzarri Joseph in that position at long off, couldn't run around.
I wouldn't be too disappointed with this. Just tossing that one, asking St. Solvi to use his feet if he's brave enough and take on that long off fielder. Up to the task this time, though.
Dot to end the over, 43 gone, 186 for 7. Akil Hussain with the best economy, also the most wickets for the West Indies. It's really great to watch him go about his work. Excellent control. He was able to extract spin at the right time. Prized early wickets for the West Indies and paved the way for the other spinners. Here he is with his final over in his spell.
Curious to see how the New Zealanders will play him. Will they see him out since this is his last over? Or will they go after him, seeing it's the last 7 overs?
Shakira, looking at the way Nicholas Puran has used his bowlers, I felt there was an opportunity to use Yannick Carrier from the Joel Garner end. He's bowled all his overs from this Malcolm Marshall end. And the reason why I say that is from that Joel Garner end, he will get the opportunity for that northeasterly wind to blow the ball into the right-handers before it turns away. And also for the left-handers, they will be hitting into the wind, which is always a good thing for a spinner.
He was still, however, able to get some drift bowling from this Malcolm Marshall end.
Playing a miss. Searching for that boundary with Santner.
Full. Oh, look at that bounce. Brilliant take by Shea Hope there. Narrowly missing that off stump. Just back on that. Yannick, career point bowling from this Malcolm Marshall end. I suppose Nicholas Puran also wanted to bowl his spacers from that Joel Garner end. Noticing how much bounce they were able to get bowling from that end.
End of the over, end of a wonderful spell from Akil Hussain, just conceding 28 runs and picking up 3 very important wickets for his side. Well done, young man. 188 for 7. Another start for Tim Southee. Another batter getting into double figures. The only one so far not getting into double figures, Devon Conway. Jason Holder from the Malcolm Marshall end. That's a fine effort. Shamar Brooks got his hand up in time. Couldn't hold on, he had to drop it because he was going beyond the boundary. But he saved his side runs.
A brilliant effort, one-handed attempt by Shamar Brooks. Magnificent. He was able to save his side 3 runs. We saw in Jamaica, he misjudged one at that long on boundary. But this time, it was a brilliant effort.
Time to jump well. Coming down, he wasn't able to stabilize Shamar Brooks. Should be taken. Should be taken. Catch taken. Another wicket for the West Indies.
First wicket for Jason Holder in this innings. And this is better. He bowled another slower delivery into the pitch. And he got that one really high, above shoulder height of Mitchell Santner. Easily taken by Jermaine Blackwood. Filling that deep mid wicket. Mitchell Santner has to go. Looking to push things on. Goes for 25. New Zealand 189 for 8.
Lucky Ferguson, the new batsman for New Zealand.
Tim Soldy on straight.
Castled. First delivery from Jason Holder. This was Southey, not the new batsman. Southey trying a bit of innovation, not making contact, and Holder prevails.
Just moving too early, exposing his stumps, trying to open up that leg side. Jason Holder saw that and went straight at the stumps, taking out that leg stump. It's good bowling. And suddenly he's on a hat trick. Tim Southey goes for 12. New Zealand 189 for 9.
Final batter for the Kiwis, Trent Bolt. Importantly for Jason Holder, he's on a hat-trick. Could he follow two other fellow West Indians? Jerome Taylor and Kemar Roach. Two others who have achieved hat-tricks in one-day internationals. No significant difference in the field. Here is Holder on a hat-trick. Nicely negotiated by Trent Bolt. So hat-trick denied.
This has been an outstanding over from Jason Holder. Good planning. He's watched the batsman very long. First one into the pitch, slower delivery, getting it high enough so Santner couldn't get control. And the second one, aiming at that exposed leg stump.
Went short on that occasion. Now Shakira Selman. Was that the right ball to bowl for the hat-trick ball? He went length outside the off stump. Would you have made that choice of delivery? I'll have to wait for that answer from you, Shakira.
TV umpire
Now,
director.
a review.
You have a player's review for a caught behind. The original decision is not out. Check the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin division, please? Front on coming up. Keep rolling. Okay, can I get the use of ultra edge, please? Wait on ultra edge. Ultra edge coming up now. Keep rolling. Flat line so far. Keep rolling. Flat line. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. No bat involved. Gap between bat and ball. Okay, I'm satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg would ask you to stay with your not out decision. You're on screen now. Signal.
Review loss. Slow delivery into the pitch. Jason Holder using that type of delivery to good effect. 45 overs gone. 190 for 9. Five overs remaining in the innings. West Indies will want to take the last wicket and close the innings off. New Zealand might want to linger and get as many runs as possible. Give the bowlers a chance. Alzarri Joseph might just want to add an extra wicket to his tally here at Kensington Oval. 20 wickets so far in one-day internationals at this venue. Come on, Shakira. Hat-trick ball. What would be your choice of delivery?
You're not letting me get away from that one, are you?
Not at all.
I thought he would have gone to a Yorker, but I suppose he's down on confidence. So a length ball wasn't a bad choice. Perhaps he could have gone a bit straighter, really targeting those stumps somewhere.
Chopped on. Alzarri Joseph adds one more to his tally. 3 wickets in the match. He finishes things off for the West Indies, and this is a fine effort from all the bowlers. New Zealand shut out for 190.
Length ball, just looking to guide that down to the third man, deep third man, giving himself maybe too much room, and chops it on. New Zealand bowled out for just 190. And more importantly, they haven't faced all 50 overs.
Little drizzle as we get set to start the second half of this one-day international.
I think the rain is just drifting in again. I can see the hills towards the northeast getting a little bit whiter, which means the rains are drifting this way. Will there be swing for Bolt? Why to start with? Now, this will be the lowest score if New Zealand successfully defend it, if at Kensington Oval. West Indies will feel they're in with an opportunity.
Sheho playing at home. Of course, he had that brilliant innings against India, celebrating his 100th one-day international. Very much back into form with the bat. With the slight drizzle, ball might come onto the bat a little bit quicker than normal. Usually, at different times in the year, there's a bit of dew factor at Kensington Oval when the artificial lights take effect.
A bit of shape on that last ball. And for New Zealand viewers, they're looking to this West Indian opening pair, and what Kane Williamson will know from his research and his analytics is that Sheho tends to be the anchor of West Indies innings, looking to bat deep by choice, not design.
I also feel the first half of the game showed that the few patches of grass just offered the seam bowlers a little extra bounce, maybe some exaggerated lateral movement, something that Trent Boult himself will try to extract from the surface. Alzarri Joseph did a fantastic job in finding that length on a couple of occasions.
Typical Sheho. That extra cover drive is a thing of beauty for him.
So pleasing on the eyes when you look at Sheho and the way he plays this shot. Doesn't try to overhit it. He ensures that the transferring of his weight forward is efficient and allows for his hands to come through the ball. But beyond that shot, the players have been asked to take leave. Because is also a first slip. You did mention that variable bounce, which is an added dimension when batting on this surface. Just reaching for this one, Shehoop. Expecting that ball to come into him. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball. More hands than anything else. Trying to drive on the up. Just finds the gap through the offside. Was aerial for a time. But the second boundary for Shehoop in the over. After first over, 10 without loss.
That's the middle. He's coming right arm over.
So it will be Tim Southey.
Tim Southey partnering Trent Bolt. It's a bowling pair that has served New Zealand's cricket quite well across formats.
Yeah, last ball boundary from the previous over. The seam position to me is instructive as well, where sometimes Bolt will hold it upright and get it to swing back, and then he'll scramble it to get it going across.
Right arm over to you as well.
But his control of the length has to be better. Well played though by Hope. Forward of point and in the air.
Just a fumble that allows change in strike. Already Shehoop looking very fluent at the crease. He's raced to 9 of 7. Kyle Mayers getting accustomed opening the batting in one-day international cricket. Like space. Kane Williamson will take a note of that dot ball percentage in the power play overs. Quite a few weather systems around. Of course, Kyle Mayers likes to score through the offside. He's a strong player, likes to stand beside the ball and free his arms. We'll want to invest a little more time at the start just to see what's happening. You did mention, Ian Bishop, about the swing or possible swing with the artificial lights as well, and a little extra moisture in the atmosphere because of the rain. Clipped away onside.
And Devon Conway doing the fielding, taking a divot. Yeah, with Kyle Mayers, because he's played Test cricket, he's from Barbados, so even though he's played in the Eastern Caribbean a lot, he's come back to Barbados, so he should understand pitch conditions here, which is not easy. But you're right, taking a little bit of time to glean whether there's swing, seam, or bounce.
Tidy over from Saudi. 13 without loss.
Middle, please.
Full complement of wickets for the West Indies in this run chase. There is that movement away.
Yeah, but different seam position compared to when he was bowling at Shea Hope. That's something to keep your eye on. And he'll want to drift closer, and just because that swung, a second slip has gone in. And one of your questions, this is for West Indian viewers, to your question about what one of the things that I'd like to see West Indies do better, and I want to be careful with how I say it. I want to see more precision when they get deliveries that they're looking to hit gaps, to actually hit the gap. Because one of the challenges for a lot of these players, why dot balls are accumulated, is that they're hitting it straight to fielders. And one way that I feel as a bowler myself when I was bowling, if a guy gets behind one of my good deliveries and defends it, uses and closes or opens the face of the bat into a gap and gets off strike, this is tougher. It's a good seed. So I want to see more precision in their gap finding or even in their boundary hitting later on. Don't be hitting the field.
That's a gap. And this should please you, Ian Bishop. And it surely will please Carl Mayers.
And he didn't have to muscle this. I wouldn't say it's a tremendously bad ball. It's given him a little bit of width. Yeah, too much width, really. So it's a controlled shot. And enough length on it to see it move and place it. And that's precision.
Also feel on the other side of things, Trent Bolt wouldn't mind Carl Mayers playing away from his body. He's invested in 2 slips, so a little bit of extra bounce, exaggerated movement, could find the outside edge too. And he finds it. So with risks comes reward. And it's the first wicket for the Kiwis.
Yeah, much tighter line. Tightened up his line. And forced Carl Mayers to play. Beat him in the over earlier. Was a touch wide with the previous delivery. Tightened it up and had a waist swing. Carl Mayers goes for 6, 17 for 1.
Time for Shamar Brooks at number 3.
Yeah, look at the seam position again. And you could see him trying to defend, but it's just a little bit closer and shaping away. Good catch. And that's why Trent Bolt is the #1 ODI bowler in the world, because of this skill set. Absolutely #1.
Comes to the crease at the dismissal of Craig Mary, who was caught at the wicket by Tom
Daryl Mitchell in that first slip position was poised, also waiting for the catch.
17 for one West Indies.
Didn't have to do a lot of work.
Overs and 5 balls.
Tom Latham, wicket keeping. Nicely defended. Successful over for Trent Bolt, 17 for 1. Casey Carty slated to bat at number 4. Nicholas Pooran, the captain, along with Jermaine Blackwood in that middle order. Shiup has a good conversion rate. And he gets past 50. Usually he converts. Good record against spin. Picked it up sweetly. That was cracked over mid-wicket for a 6.
It's played with great authority. Right height. Looks as though he's in that sort of mood, Shea Hope, with I think 2 4s and a 6 now, that he's looking to try to take advantage of any scoring opportunity.
Was their bat, was their bat. No, says the umpire, wide signaled. Will Kane, Williamson and New Zealand review this decision? Doesn't look interested. Clear movement going down the leg side. Ultra edge, not confirming that there was bat on that ball.
Yeah. Unlucky to be given a wide, because it certainly brushed his trouser on the way through. The other thing to look at, again, for viewers who may not know Southey and Bolt very well, is how they manipulate the seam position. Southey does the same thing. The one that went down the leg side was a scrambled seam. You'll occasionally see a seam up and take it away from the right-hander. It was a slightly loose shot from Shea Hope on the up and wide. Yeah.
Southey will continue probing outside the off stump. He's seen Shea Hope try to drive a couple deliveries on the up.
Outstanding, buddy.
Low risk stroke. Produces a single at the end of the over. 25 for 1. Early success for Trent Boult. Wicket of Kyle Mayers. Separating the openers. And now he will continue.
We were talking about seam positions. We talked about it in the T20 matches. Left of screen is that, I suppose some people say three-quarter seam, wobble seam, scramble seam, and right of screen, the seam up delivery from the same bowler. Southey does the same thing. They'll give you an indication at the top of their mark when they hold it. Batsmen can't see that.
Outstanding TV!
New Zealand, they rely on Trent Boult heavily with the new ball to get early wickets. Mid-130s in terms of pace from Trent Boult. Not express like Lucky Ferguson or Alzarri Joseph. As a batter, you have a little more time to make an adjustment.
Wait! No! So good body!
Yep.
Just encroaching on that protected area, Trent Boult. Umpire just having a word with him. Took his bottom hand off that stroke. Just to remain in control, Shea Hope.
Yeah, we were talking about revisiting the boundary ball and then the wicket ball. You work from outside in, so you get a little bit closer as a bowler. That's what I like to do. Work from outside in, don't get too straight too early. And just tighten up the line with that away swing. That's why he's a high-quality bowler, and New Zealand will miss him when he decides he wants to play less international cricket. But for Shea Hope, I'm thinking if, as a first option, if he can bat 30, 35 overs, it can only do the West Indies good at whatever tempo he chooses.
Again on the up. Risky business, but he finds reward in this stroke. Shea Hope ends the over on the high, 32 for 1.
front and behind as closest.
And look at that boundary of the last ball of the previous over. Yeah, on the up, that was meant to shape back in from the seam position. He's in an aggressive mood tonight, Shea Hope.
Couple deliveries just dying on the wicketkeeper, and evidence, an indication of maybe variable pace.
Genuine seam up. I think Trent bowled one from the other end that bounced twice to the wicketkeeper as well, and that's what I talked about when coming across the field. One player, top order batter, said, this is a little bit up and down. One of the toe of my bat, one of the splice of my bat. It's challenging.
Indecision. Shamar Brooks opted to leave at the last minute. Made contact with that delivery.
Seam position perfect, isn't it? All young seam bowlers looking on try to emulate that. Imagine the palm of your hand at the point of release towards the target. Pull your fingers down on the seam, flick the wrist through, so it helps to keep that seam position upright. And then he's got the three-quarter seam or wobble seam.
Timing was excellent from Shamar Brooks. Shea Hope, I beg your pardon. Again, just showing that fluency we saw in that series against India. Not through the offside, but through the onside this time.
So a few signs of Lucky Ferguson getting loose at mid-on, in between overs, stretching his hamstrings and rolling his shoulders. So the big, strong fast bowler's spell might be imminent.
Where did that come from? Shea Hope, ultra aggressive with that stroke.
Yeah, that's what I meant earlier. Scramble seam, he seems to be in an ultra aggressive mode tonight. And for viewers who have seen him play a lot, he usually starts sedately and then looks to open up deep. Well, he's just gone out tonight from almost the word go.
Lofted and taken. We were sensing something out of the ordinary with Shea Hope. Implodes with this shot, attempting to hit over the top. Couldn't quite clear the fielder.
Yeah, nowhere there. And hits the toe of the bat, and just confirming that at times it's hard to time the ball, but that is certainly a different type of knock from what you usually associate with Hope. 26 to him, 37 for 2.
Casey Carty starting the series at number 4.
Definitely coming off the toe, but if you're looking to consistently drive on the up, there are times where it's not going to pay off. It's an interesting innings from Shea Hope tonight, the way he's gone about, so much more aggressive. I would have hoped that he would have gone the other way and looked to play that role, chasing this total of 190. Anchor role, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
Maybe he wants to send a message to the West Indian selectors as they get set to select their squad of players for the upcoming ICC Men's T20 World Cup. A lot of work for Shamar Brooks and Casey Carty. As a batter in this format of the game, you still got to invest in your defense. So crucial. Still quite a number of overs for the West Indians in this run chase. I also feel when you bat second, you get a chance to reconfigure your game as a batter, especially in a run chase. You get a chance to assess the pitch, the conditions, see what has gone from a batting perspective. We've all noticed that variable bounce. I think sometimes as a batter, when there is variable bounce, if you're looking to play square off the wicket, it's always handy to play with a horizontal bat shot. More often than not, you either make solid contact, you can make the adjustment and hit on top of the bounce. If you don't make contact, well, still in with a chance. It's a mere punch through the offside. And it races away for 4. Brooks gets going.
Epitomizes what you talk about being a touch player. I think they've all got to be just be careful in terms of playing within and under the eyes, at least at the start, because it's a chase that demands nothing more than 3.5, 3 3/4 and over, less than 4 and over.
Beats the field at point. Was in the air for a while, but luckily for Brooks, it went in the gap. Just over the fielder, not in the gap. Two fours in the over, end of the 7th, 45 for 2.
That's middle. Middle.
Just 2 bowlers used so far by Kane Williamson. 2 early wickets in this first power play for New Zealand, trying to claw their way back into this game. And Bishop, what do you make of Casey Carty?
I like what I see. He looks another touch player. And so far in his career, you saw him in the Netherlands. He formed a good partnership with Brandon King on one occasion to see the West Indies home in Pakistan. He got a nice little 30-odd. I think in Ghana, he shaped up in a particular innings against Bangladesh too. Of course, he's living his dream. He talked about this being where he wants to be, and he didn't want to take too long. He didn't want to play 100 domestic games to get here. An average of 38. And he's not a dasher of the ball. He'll accumulate his runs. I think steady accumulator is appropriate right now, but they're giving him some tough work to do. Seniors really should be carrying this batting lineup deeper than he has to.
I thought there was an opportunity to start him against India in the recent series. You did mention that innings of 33 against Bangladesh. Last one-day international played in that series, but then he didn't start in the first couple matches against India. Played the third and final one-day international of that series. And when you have gaps, when you're not playing, it's always difficult for you as a batter to get yourself into rhythm. Pleasing to see that he starts in this 3-match series against New Zealand. Hopefully he gets a good score and he has continuity throughout the series.
I know we can all appreciate that cricket there. That's what one of the things I'm talking about. See that? Even though it's right up there and some guys could have probably hit it in the gap for 4, at least he's pushed mid on to his left and he's taken a run. We see this from, let's say, Martin Guptill and Devon Conway all the time. So precision as they go forward, as they learn, and I'm talking about as they learn, to not only wait for boundaries. Of the story that Casey Carty told, and I've told it before during the Bangladesh series, that when he came back from the Under-19 World Cup, he told his dad, if we win, I want to get a tattoo. He went to the French side, got a tattoo, called Mom and said, Mom, I've got the tattoo without your permission. I'm on the way back. She said, you're on the French side? He said, yes. She said, well, make sure that tattoo is gone by the time you get to the Dutch side. And he laughed and he said, Mom doesn't realize the tattoo can't be removed. It was too late then. End of the over, 47 for 2.
Leg stump.
Lockie Ferguson into the attack for New Zealand. There'll be some serious pace here, I would think. Surface is quickened up to touch. Let's see what Ferguson can do.
Yeah.
Nicely worked. Off his hip. Shamar Brooks, who's been in good touch, played well in the third and final T20 in Jamaica. partnership with Brandon King. He's got an important job to do tonight.
Wait.
Vehicle registration number S588 is asked to immediately attend to that vehicle.
Shakira Salmon alongside me. Shakira, you know this ground well, you know it under lights. Has it just quickened up a touch, this surface, do you think?
Yeah, it seems to have quickened up. And I'm not surprised. I expected this under the lights.
No.
Groundsman did indicate that they didn't expect a due factor, but there's been rain around. Pitch would have gotten a little bit of rain on it. So no surprises at all that it's gotten a bit quicker.
Probably good from a batting point of view. Ball coming on. It's been a tricky pitch. Difficult game for all of the batters so far. It's in the air on the bounce to mid-off. It's been a really strange game, isn't it? A lot of starts, a lot of scores between 20 and 34. In fact, 7 scores between 20 and 34. Highest score so far today is 34 by Kane Williamson, the New Zealand captain. 6 of those scores were from New Zealand and 1 so far for the West Indies. And Shea Hope, last man dismissed. Oh, that's quick through to Latham. So what this game is really crying out, someone to take responsibility and get that score of 65-70 that will win the game for the West Indies.
And we can perhaps see that from one of these two guys batting here for West Indies. They both look to anchor the innings. So this situation should suit their style of play.
Shot. We'll run with the shot. We'll bring up 50 for the West Indies. 9 overs bowled, 50 for 2. Solid start by the West Indies in their run chase. 50 for 2 after 9. 141 required from 41 overs, so no scoreboard pressure. Mitchell Santner coming into the attack for New Zealand. First look at spin for New Zealand. Outstanding statistics. He's going to be a key bowler for New Zealand. They're going to try and find a way to manufacture a win in this first ODI here in Barbados. Slip and play. There we go, just a hint of turn, and we saw that from West Indian spinners as well. Akil was saying was terrific. His 10 over spell, picking up 3 New Zealand wickets.
1 to go here, set. 1 to go. Oh, set. Beautiful set.
It was around the same stage that Akil Hussain made an impact on the game.
Either edge here, set. Either edge, buddy.
Shamar Brooks will want to be careful that he doesn't close that back face too much.
Oh, there's some turn and bounce. It's an optimistic shot. There's a wee smile from Mitchell Santner. He knows he's in this game.
Both edges here, set. Come on. Both edges here. Oh, Mitchie!
Good start, nice areas.
Outstanding, Miss Mitchie.
I'm sure he would have been warming up for his captain to see, saying he's ready to take the ball after seeing what Aki Hussein was able to do on this pitch.
Nicely played. Just the one from this first over from Mitchell Santner, just the one delivery left. It's going to be a key to this chase, isn't it? How are they going to play the New Zealand spinners and Mitchell Santner? What sort of method are they going to go about things? Good start from New Zealand spinner, just the one from it. 10 overs done, the power play's finished, 51 for 2. $51 for 2 after 10. New Zealand at the same stage with 50 for 1. So there's nothing in this match. 1 run and 1 wicket the difference. Lockie Ferguson about to start his second over. Oh, that's quick down the leg side. Lathan put up a glove and has raced away for 5 wides in the end. Geez, that took off. New Zealand keeper couldn't hold it in.
Just seemed to take off from nowhere. Seemed to have started just on off stump. Nip back. And beat Shamar Brooks and Tom Latham. This will be a compelling battle.
Oh, that's quick. That's 4 more. It's an inside edge. Wow, this is good from Ferguson, but not getting any reward.
Lockie Ferguson working up some pace here. Good seam position. Nick Bakker again. Inside the edge, and it beats Tom Latham to his left. No chance for the keeper there. But this is wonderful bowling.
That extra pace just holds you on the crease from a batting point of view. Still got to get forward, still got to get back. Nice pace. Well, Lockie Ferguson, one of the fastest bowlers going around world cricket. Let's hear what he's got to say about this famous venue.
But of course I love to bowl fast, so it's nice to be in the West Indies and more or less one of the big homes of fast bowling, and to see, you know, Joel Garner in and Malcolm Marshall, of course. So very excited to be here and to strap on the boots for today's game.
Bowling from the Joel Garner end at the moment. There's Lockie Ferguson. 2 iconic names in West Indian cricket. Shakira, Joel Garner, Malcolm Marshall. What's your favourite end to bowl at on this famous ground?
Unlike Lockie, I depend on swing. And I'm an swing bowler, so I like to bowl from this Malcolm Marshall end with the wind blowing across the pitch from right to left.
A lot of famous names scattered around this famous ground, Kensington Oval. Can Lockie Ferguson get a breakthrough? That's flicked away fine. That'll race away. The extra pace helps. Proving to be an expensive over. Nice shot from Cardi.
This boundary takes it to the biggest over of the innings so far. Just 2 straight. That one nipping back once more, but 2 straight. And easily glanced past my leg for 4 runs by Casey Curdy.
It's been a wee popular area this over, hasn't it? All the 3 boundaries, the wides and 2 boundaries have come down to fine leg. Oh, that's bounced. Well played in the end by Cardi, got in behind it. Seen some extra bounce here today. It's made batting difficult. That run rate up to 6. New Zealand's only hope of winning this ODI is actually bowling the West Indies out. They have to find a way to pick up 10 wickets. West Indies bat out the overs, they will win this first ODI. A lot of work for New Zealand to do here.
Perhaps Williamson could think about a more attacking field. Maybe get a gully in or a back pod.
Nicely played. Expensive over, 15 from it. 11 bowled, 66 for 2. Expensive last over from Lockie Ferguson, went for 15. Puts the West Indies in a strong position after 11 overs.
Run here, Sat. Come on, buddy.
Quad rate just 3.2. That's not an issue.
Yes, Mitchie. Beautiful, Mitchie.
Nicely played by Cardi. So all the West Indies really have to do, Shakira, is just pick up what runs are on offer. Do it in a low-risk sort of way.
Real nice, Mitchie.
There's absolutely no need to take unnecessary risk. Just work the ball around. Play each ball on its merit.
It's the delivery that just skids on from Santa. There's no turn. It just keeps coming.
This one's holding here, Sat. This one's holding, boy. Oh.
Another misfield from New Zealand. This time it's Michael Bracewell. The fielding's been a little bit sloppy to begin with. When you're defending a small total like New Zealand are, you cannot afford to be giving runs away.
No, Mitchie. Beautiful, Mitchie.
3 players out on the boundary, 1 on the leg side, and there's 2 on the offside for the right-hander. Deep cover and a long off. There's a deep square leg as well. So just 3 players on the boundary. Extra player in the ring for New Zealand. This time fielded by Bracewell at that backward point position.
Just like Akil Hossain, Mitch Santner will challenge both edges of the bat. He has the ability to bowl that iron ball. We've seen a couple of occasions the ball just take the inside edge and go a little bit squarer than the batter intended.
Oh,
Nicely bowled, but slow. Just a hint of turn. 12 overs bowled, 68 for 2.
Middle stump, please.
4 bowlers used so far for New Zealand through the first 12 overs. We're about to see the 5th employed. It's Michael Bracewell, the off spinner. He's coming into the attack for New Zealand. He's had a good start to his one-day international career. Best of 3 for 21. He's got an important job to do tonight with the ball here. He's got 4 fielders out on the boundary. There's one of them at long on.
Still think that's too many fielders out when you're defending such a small total.
Be the one here, boy. Come on.
Like one more, perhaps, just to build a bit more pressure.
Oh.
One's the gap at cover. It's good running. They'll come back for
King,
2.
King.
Yeah, just bring one more in.
Oh, Beastie.
Perhaps that long on asks the batters to go over the top. It's too easy to just stroke the ball down the ground and get a single.
Especially when you need to bowl the opposition out to win. Oh, is there an edge? Keeper hasn't gone up, but Bracewell has. Joel Wilson said no. I didn't hear anything. New Zealand aren't going to go upstairs.
Beautiful, Beastie.
Gee, Michael Bracewell heard something.
I thought I heard something too. Maybe that's why we both wear number 4 on our jerseys.
No. Lovely, Beastie. What are you, Beastie?
If there's any noise there, surely the keeper would have heard it.
How you work here, Beast? So good, Beastie.
Nothing. Daylight between bat and ball.
Oh, good on, Guppa. Good Guppa.
Yeah, maybe we're hearing things. Shakira.
Dodge these, Beastie.
Let's have a look at Ultra Edge. Bat onto pad, which might have been that noise that we thought we heard. Wasn't ball on edge, it was bat on pad. But too nicely played by Cardi. Just used the pace and ran it off fine for 2. 13 overs bowled, 73 for 2. It's not a great looking worm for New Zealand. West Indies have made a good start, scoring at a good rate. And they're in a strong position after 13 overs.
Straighter. You stay there. Bit straighter, Gup. Yeah.
Oh, that's nicely bowled.
William Mitchie. So good, Mitchie.
Just look at that same position. And that one going on with the arm.
Oh,
Sending past leg.
that's beautiful, buddy.
Yeah, we're seeing the mixture that makes Mitchell Santner so difficult, aren't we, in terms of the variations. Some are turning, some are sliding on, changes of pace. Get the feeling that Mitchell Santner's probably going to have to bowl his 10 overs in a row, produce something special.
Down.
Nicely played. Shouldn't be able to get one to mid-on with that fielder inside the circle.
Very good running by these two.
Love this set.
Putting the fielder under pressure.
Pretty good numbers. Slightly prefers pace from those numbers, but pretty good all round.
Yes, Mitchie.
It's a good leave. It's nicely bowled, touch slow, and you can see it gripping on the surface. It's been helped for the spinners all day.
Beautiful, Mitchie. Beautiful, Mitchie. Good set. Another good set,
Casey
Mitchie.
Carty, I still believe is the guy for this situation. You remember in that 2016 World Cup final on the 19th, he made 52 from 122 deliveries.
Oh, that's close. That's really close. No, shake of the head. What do New Zealand think of this?
10 seconds.
Gone up.
TV umpire to director. Have a player's review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I'll check the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can be stopped. Front arm coming up. Ball is close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge, please? Okay. Ultra edge is building. Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line so far. Keep rolling. Flat line. No bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when it's available, please? Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside off. In back in line. Wickets hitting. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, we have to change your decision from not out to out. We'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal.
For New Zealand, the finger will go up. They'll pick up their third. And that is a very good review. It means the end for Casey Carty. He walks back for 11. The West Indies have lost their third, 74 for 3. West Indies skipper makes his way out to the middle. Really need a captain's knock right now, do the West Indies. New Zealand keep chipping wickets out. Here's a classy player coming in at number 5. That was a nice piece of bowling from Mitchell Santner. Just gripped and straightened enough. Beat the inside edge, hit that front pad. And it meant that 3 reds came up, which New Zealand were looking for. And Shakira Selman was shaking her head after putting the commentator's kiss of death on Casey Carty. He was on his way back.
I apologize for that, West Indies fans.
You're not a true commentator until you've put the curse on. You've done that, you're good to go now. Got it out the way nice and early. Right, Lockie Ferguson. It was a nice wee partnership, wasn't it? That just developed between Brooks and Carty. As we said, Mitchell Santner is going to be the key for New Zealand. If he bowls 10 good overs and picks up 3 or 4 wickets, well, New Zealand have a chance.
The West Indies will know that after experiencing that during the T20 series. I think this could be a great bowling partnership here. Mitchell Santner at one end, turn and bounce, and Lockie Ferguson working up some pace from the other.
Oh, that's flicked away. What a shot that is. Has it gone all the way? It has for 6. Wow, the extra pace of Ferguson helped out Shamar Brooks there. That is a classy shot.
Brooks attempted this a few times during the T20 series. But when a guy is bowling at this pace, you just need to time it. No need to muscle it. All timing. Classy from Shamar Brooks. No chance for the fielder at deep backward square.
Got into a nice strong position and just flicked it off his hip. Lifted his left leg. See the annoyance from Lockie Ferguson. Fastest so far tonight's been 143.7. Usually we're used to seeing that fastest up closer to 150. Mixture, but it's not the quickest surface, you have to say, but still plenty more on the tank there from Ferguson. Well, that's in the air, but finds the gap. Pick up a single to get down the other end.
However important single after you've just hit a boundary. That one perhaps holding the pitch a bit more. Shamar Brooks looked as though he was a bit early through that shot, hitting it a bit straighter than he intended.
Well, this is one of the key wickets for New Zealand. West Indies skipper, Poran, the left-hander. Good average. Struggled to touch in one day's 2022. He's a good player off front and back foot. He is a key. A key position at number 5. It's an opportunity to win the game for his team. He's going to pinch a single, get off the mark and get down the other end. It's a good place to be.
A very key partnership here for West Indies. After these two, in comes the all-rounders, albeit a genuine all-rounder in Jason Holder. But West Indies wouldn't want him coming too early, if at all.
I guess the good thing, though, is there's no scoreboard pressure. You just have to bat. Just find a way to bat 20 overs and you win the game. If you can do that. Solid in defence to end the 15th over. 82 for 3. Disappointing batting performance from New Zealand. Could only muster 190 on the 45.2 overs they batted after being asked to bat first by the West Indies. And 82 for 3 after 15 overs. The West Indies making a good fist of this chase.
Change of ends from Michael Bracewell. This is surprising, taking off Mitch Santner. You reckon he's going to come from the other end?
Well, he's just taking a wicket from the other end, so why wouldn't he just settle in? That must be his favourite end. Yeah, it's a real interesting one. I'm trying to think of the reasons why New Zealand captain Kane Williamson might have decided to change him around. It wouldn't surprise me to see the spinners in tandem. That will have to happen at some stage, but yeah, interesting.
The only thing I can think is Ferguson is going for runs at the other end. Maybe Bracewell wasn't comfortable at that end. Maybe they've asked Mitch Santner if he'd be willing to come from there.
Maybe. Surely Mitch Santner, being the best bowler, the most experienced, gets the choice of ends. You want to look after him, surely, as number 1.
Yeah, but you know how we go as senior players. We put out our hands for whatever the team requires.
That is true.
Even though in the back of our minds we were saying, but I just took a wicket from this end. Why change me?
Slip and play. Michael Bracewell. Three fielders on the leg side boundary. That's a lovely shot through cover. Just the one. Devon Conway's made good ground out there. Well, I guess we'll find out next over, won't we, Shakira, whether it's Lockie Ferguson or whether it's Mitchell Santner, and there is a swapping of ends. That required rate, just over 3 and over.
Yes, Beastie. Beautiful, Beastie.
This is the matchup, a good matchup for New Zealand with the off-spinner against the left-hander.
Yes, Beastie.
Nicely bowled, just 2 singles from that over. 84 for 3.
Just over 100 more required by the West Indies if they are to win. Lockie Ferguson to continue. Shamar Brooks, he's played a couple glorious strokes through that onside using the pace from Ferguson. Hallmark of his innings so far is that immaculate timing from Shamar Brooks. Doesn't try to muscle the ball, gets his body in position, and then he's got lovely hands going through the ball. Of course, Brooks got a lovely half century in the last T20 international match between these two sides. Match that the West Indies won. Always good to have runs behind your name as a batter, starting a series. Required rate will allow Nicholas Pooran to take more time at the start of his innings. That scoreboard pressure won't be there. Samuel Badri alongside me. What type of innings is Pooran expected to play?
The captain's innings. Excellent delivery. That's that angle across the left-hander. Lockie Ferguson has bowled with good pace throughout his spell so far. Some edges flying away to the boundary. Very well bowled on that occasion. Yeah, Nicholas Pooran, as you mentioned, has that time. It's a middling sort of score. 191 is the target score. And that was sort of similar to what the average score was in that series against Australia that was played here in 2021. 3 one-day internationals played at the Kensington Oval. Average score then 197. So not too far off the mark. But these points are so valuable. And I think the players understand the importance of these points. It's their last 3 games in the cycle. And they need to get as many points as they possibly can. And perfect opportunity here.
Gets it through. Just comes off strike. End of the 17th, 86 for 3, and we'll have some refreshments. It's a Blue Waters drinks break.
talk to me.
Looks an easy equation for the West Indies, but it's a challenging pitch. Bit of variable bounce. Something we saw in that first half when New Zealand batted. They were shot out for 190 in the 46th over. West Indies, they were off to a flyer. And a few wickets fell as well. First of all was that of Kyle Mayers, fiddling at one outside the off-stump. Trent Boult prizing one of the West Indian openers. Then Shea Hope in ultra-aggressive style attempted the lofted drive, found Kane Williamson. And the last wicket to fall, that of Casey Carty. Not given out initially. The review was taken by the Kiwis, and they called it right. At the moment, 86 for 3. Tim Southee has been very economical. He's picked up 1 wicket. Trent Boult a little bit expensive with a wicket as well. And Santner, economical and accurate as ever. Look at the Paradise Isle of Barbados, nestled in the Eastern Caribbean. Caribbean paradise, you can say. A place for you to holiday, known for its water activities. If you're into diving, into water sport, you can enjoy this island. So too the flora and fauna. Lots to do on the island. Real gem of the Caribbean. Back live at Kensington Oval. Nicholas Pooran will want to navigate this run chase. He has an opportunity here. Should get 4.
A good start for the West Indies after that drinks break. First delivery, a smidgen of width presented to Nicholas Pooran, and a flashing blade gives him the boundary.
Come on, boys.
Good positive start from Pooran.
Number 5, lads. Next one here, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Right there, Beastie. Brilliant, boy.
He's so adept at playing spin, Nicholas Pooran. At times he has to limit that sort of aggression and that control that he has over spinners. Saw that in the T20I series. Couple times trying to take on the spinners, losing his wicket.
And I look at him on screen there without the helmet, and I just wonder if that will help him to restrict himself from playing that reverse sweep and that regular sweep. It's not needed at this stage. And there's an option that he prefers when he's playing against the spinner. So maybe, just maybe, no helmet will make him become a little bit hesitant to play that shot.
Beastie. Beautiful Beastie. Brilliant Beastie. It's enough there for us, lads.
A little bit low maybe on bounce.
That's outstanding, mate. Goal.
Of course, after the early boundary, Bracewell will want to just tighten things up, build some pressure when bowling to Shamar Brooks.
Beautiful
Doesn't get the single. 4 dots in a row to end the over. 91 for 3.
Thank you.
Loss of wickets in the middle phase of power play 2 of the innings for New Zealand really stunted their progress with the bat. West Indies will look at that and feel that they can't make the same mistake that New Zealand did. Sent back. No response from his partner.
Kane Williamson doing the right thing and trying to get wickets. Still has catchers. On the back of the wicket, a slip and the gully. There's a bit of a conversation between the batsmen, but he knows that he needs wickets. They cannot bowl 50 overs and restrict the West Indies from scoring 191. The only way they can win this game is to get all 10 wickets. West Indies, on the other hand, they know that they just need to bat as many overs as possible. They will get the odd boundaries, and as long as they can rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking over, they'll get closer and closer to that target score. So as it is, the onus is on New Zealand to try something to get themselves back into the game. West Indies at this stage in the driving seat, as long as they don't lose wickets. West Indies, when they played Australia here last year in 2021, it's a similar sort of score that they're chasing. In the second one-day international, Australia made 187. And West Indies, they got to that target in 38 overs. Nicholas Pooran himself got an unbeaten half-century along with Jason Holder. And they came together at the score on 72 for 5. So that sort of memory should give Pooran some confidence. And it's a similar sort of knock that is required of him, expected of him. Paced his innings really well on that occasion. Understood that he didn't need to go helter-skelter. Jason Holder, all of his experience as well, came to the fore in that particular game. Looking quite relaxed at the moment.
Just to the left of that field, that point. Races into the boundary. Brooks motors on.
And this is what you can get with the extra pace. Yes, it can bring you wickets, but it can also bring the batting team boundaries, particularly backward of square. Maybe not as controlled as he would have liked, but the result that he was looking for. Shamar Brooks.
Six runs from the over. 97 for 3. No Ish Sodhi for New Zealand in this 11 for the first match of this series. No right-arm wrist option for Kane Williamson.
Yeah, they opted for the 3 quick bowlers, didn't they? And just the 2 spinners. West Indies, on the other hand, went into this game with 3 spinners, 2 of whom were debutants. And didn't they do a marvelous job to restrict this team for 190, the #1 ranked team in the world.
100 comes up for the West Indians. Importantly, just 1 wicket to fall in power play 2. Lost 2 wickets in that first power play.
Bit of one here, BC. Come on, boy.
And with them being on top of this required rate, there's no need to play with too much haste in this run chase. Developing a little bit of a rhythm here, these two. Partnership of 28 from 34.
2-1 of the game changes, lads. Come on. 2-1 of the changes, boys.
I'm just looking at the pace that Bracewell is bowling. That one was just 84 kph as compared to a couple in the mid-90s earlier in the over. So he's varying his pace as well. That one fired through. And such subtle differences for the spin bowler. 90 kph. And one before that was 84. Scrambled seam as well. And those are the nuances of the game as a spin bowler that you have to understand, and the skill that you have to acquire to be successful at this level.
Outside edge. Might have been intentional with the angling of the bat face. Races away for 4. Good end to the over after 20, 106 for 3. Into the 40s now, Shamar Brooks. Last ball, last over, just played with soft hands. Covered the line. Got it into the gap. Just a solitary 6 so far for Shamar Brooks, but 5 fours in his innings. Time now for Trent Bolt. Captain Kane Williamson, he desperately needs a wicket. He needs to break this partnership. That might just be match winning. Only 85 more required from many deliveries, 180 balls. That's a lot. Did mention Shamar Brooks in the T20I series, producing a very good score in the last match that the West Indies won. 52 from 59, that's what he accumulated. Had a good partnership of 102 with his opening partner, Brandon King. Played with real authority, Brooks.
And he's the top scorer so far in this game, and he has to make sure that he converts first of all to a half century and make it a big half century. If he can get to 75, 80, close to 100, then you really set this team up for a victory, an important victory. Very well set now. Playing at home, of course. Very familiar with the conditions here at the Kensington Oval. So he'll use all of that knowledge, all of that experience to his advantage. The leading scorer in 2022 in ODIs for the West Indies, Shamar Brooks. Three half centuries and a century to his name. He'll be eyeing another.
Nicholas Puran looking quite watchful in this innings. 11 from 20 deliveries. You can see the adjustment in his game playing in this slightly longer format.
It's more than slightly longer, isn't it, DJ? It feels like so much more 50-over cricket as compared to T20. Yeah, it feels so long. But it's a much more enjoyable contest between bat and ball. Nicholas Puran seems to be switched on. And you can tell sometimes just from a player's disposition what frame of mind they're in.
.108 for 3. Shamar Brooks 6 shy of what will be another half century for him in one-day internationals. Shehoop had a quick fire. Score of 26.
And the reintroduction of Mitchell Santner. Kane Williamson recognizing that he has to throw his best bowlers at the opposition in search of a wicket, another one. And so he's turned to Santner.
Yes, Mitchie. Brilliant, Mitchie. Come! Come on. So good, Slinky.
Of course, this is power play number 2. 4 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Captain Kane Williamson, he's invested in 3 primarily in this phase of the innings. That's to put added pressure on the West Indian batters. He's now going with the 4th fielder outside that 30-yard circle for Nicholas Puran. There's a deep backward square now. Slip goes into leg slip.
Just both of you go a little bit. Ben, just a little bit. Beautiful set. Lovely set. Be the 1, 4 and 5 here, set. Come
Kane
on.
Williamson will know
Be the 1, 4 and 5.
of Nicholas
boy.
Puran and his power and fluency.
Oh, Mitchie.
Generally, his strike rate is quite good against the different styles of bowlers. Over 100 against left-arm spinners, leg break bowlers, and left-arm seamers.
And of course, this is one-day international cricket, so you look at those strike rates. You're so used to seeing 130 and 140 in T20Is. Anything over a run a ball is quite good.
Might have been a drop catch. Was there bat on that one? Deft touch from the southpaw, just getting the bat down in time. Securing a couple runs. Couple balls ago, yep. Bat.
Lovely boy.
Well, the wicketkeeper wasn't in position to complete the catch, Tom Latham.
Beautiful set. Lovely set.
End of a very good over from Mitsantna. 22 overs gone, 1-1-1 for 3.
Bowled round the wicket. Reflecting on the last over and that missed opportunity down the leg side. Of course, the wicketkeeper will have his sighting obscured a little bit by the batsman's body. So a little bit of guesswork as to how far across he needed to be, getting the hands there, just hitting the tips of the fingers. Craig McMillan has joined me. Hello to you.
Evening, Bish. New Zealand need to grab every half opportunity that comes their way. Shamar Brooks doing an excellent job. Thinking for the New Zealand captain. Quiet rate just down to 2.8. It's nice work. Michael Bracewell behind point. A little bit perplexed, Bish, that Mitchell Santner picked up Casey Carty in the 14th over. New Zealand's best bowler. Mitchell Santner has to be the star of the ball tonight. And then he was taken off and didn't bowl for another 7 overs. So an opportunity for the West Indies to get in and create a partnership, which they did. Maybe it was because the left-handed Pooran had come in, so they thought that the off-spinner Bracewell was going to be a key matchup. But to me, Mitchell Santner had to bowl his 10 through, had to and get 3 or 4 wickets, and then New Zealand might have had a chance of perhaps winning this this ODI. But it didn't quite work out like that. So it was an interesting ploy.
Yeah, it's another point of view, isn't it? It definitely seemed as though it was a matchup they were trying to go at. But remember, in the T20s up at Sabina, Santner did get Pooran out. He did get the left-handed Kyle Mayers out. He did get the left-handed, I think, Shimron Hetmeyer, I think, as well. So sometimes you try to work with the matchup. Sometimes you try to work with your instinct.
Yeah, that is true. Doesn't always work out. I just felt that on this surface, in these conditions, Mitchell Santner had to be New Zealand's best bowler. And he still might be, to be fair. There's still time. I guess the thing that's hurt New Zealand so far has been the quick bowlers. They've all been expensive. Trent Bolt's gone at 5.8, Southey 4.5, Lockie Ferguson 34 from his 5 overs at 6.8. When you're defending a total of 190, those numbers, those runs per over are too high.
Far from done, as you said, though, far from done.
There'll be another wide down the leg side. Bolt trying different variations, taking pace off the ball. Partnership is now 40 from just 56. Exactly what the West Indies needed. Chasing a smallish total, you only really need one good partnership. These two doing a good job. It's pulled straight for 4. Got onto Nicholas Pooran a little quicker than what he anticipated, but he still made the most of it. Picks up a boundary, 23 bowled, 118 for 3.
Yeah, last ball of that previous over. You're absolutely right. There are two things that maybe caused him to pull it past mid-on. Maybe it got onto him quickly, and also the line outside off stump. He may have intended initially to go squarer.
That's all the West Indies have to do. Pick up ones off centre, hit the gaps. That will be all that is required.
What are you doing, boy? Thank you. Is that one good piece, lads? Middle. One good piece in the changes, boys.
Leg slip and play. Ball turning back into the left-handed Nicholas Pooran.
Oh, yeah.
Nicely played. That's what you call low-risk cricket. Smart, sensible cricket.
It's a part of the game that they've done better tonight, where they've looked to hit the. We've talked about this, hitting the ball in gaps.
Yeah, you talked about it a little bit earlier. We talked about it through the T20 series, the ability to take the pressure off yourself by hitting those gaps with those singles. Pressure goes back on the bowler, especially in these circumstances.
How far do you want him?
I think there's an opportunity for New Zealand to bring another fielder up inside the ring. It's cut away behind point. Work for Lockie Ferguson to do. Is he going to chase it down? He won't. He won't chase it down, and it's a lovely way to bring up 50 for Shamar Brooks. Continuing on his good form from the T20 series and playing a pivotal role here for the West Indies.
Conditions, obviously, that he knows relatively well, being from Barbados. His wife and family are there applauding him too. And you most appreciate these types of knocks if it can take your team to a winning cause. That's ahead of him, but for now it's a good foundation.
Nicely played. 2's the call, and the placement's good, so 2 it will be.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, coming in, Stoke.
Fourth ODI 50 for Shamar Brooks has played nicely. Look at that strike rate, 53 from 59. Scored in good time, 6 fours and a 6.
We'll put 2 on it, lads.
17 singles, that's the key.
3 in a hurry, boys.
Latham trying to fire up his teammates.
Yeah.
This is a good over for the West Indies, excellent.
Good set.
That's the impressive thing that Ian Bishop was just talking about. The West Indies have scored off every ball this over. 1-1-4-2-1. Means the over's gone for 9.
Good set. Good set, bud.
Played it perfectly. Can they finish things off? Sent back. Good work from Guptill. Still a good over for the West Indies. 9 from it. 127 for 3. Good news for our West Indies viewers. The West Indies spike is on the way up, heading upwards and away from that New Zealand worm, which was rather disappointing. Leg buys, pace off again, down to fine leg. Oh, Shamar Brooks has been impressive. Came in early here for the West Indies tonight. And now his job is to see the job through.
It has been an excellent year in comparison to others for Shamar Brooks, the leading run scorer in ODIs for full member nations in 2022. Got 100 against Netherlands back in June. Now he's followed it up with a 50 ongoing. 70 against Pakistan too. And it's more important for him, this white ball leg, because he's lost his test place. You would have thought he would have been an archetypal test match player. But certainly in ODI cricket, there's still work to do in T20 cricket. He's looking to make a fist of it.
Well, if the West Indies do get up to win tonight, start this one-day series off, Bush, there'll be a common thread to the 2 wins so far for the West Indies on this tour. Third T20 in Jamaica. Shamar Brooks played beautifully, 50 not out, and then another 50 tonight. So he's doing the role that he's been asked to do and doing it very well. Oh, that's in the air. It's going to be safe. There is a lot of space in that mid-wicket region. And they'll come back for 2. Not in full control. Nice piece of bowling from Bolt. No danger.
Into the big side of the ground as well. There's a lot of acreage out there, and that's why Bolt feels that he can use the bouncer with some assurance if it's not hit well.
He's prepared to take it on, isn't he? Got the bouncer bang on, good height, outside the right shoulder. Around the wicket this time. Partnership now 58 off 67, Bish. Highest partnership of the match. And not that that's saying much when New Zealand's highest partnership was just 41 between the openers for the first wicket, Fennell and Martin Guptill. They're all good numbers for the West Indies in this chase. Pace off again. Well, I've seen some assistance for the quicks. Some of the grassy areas on the surface. It's a mixture between grassy and bare patches, and we've certainly seen some difference in bounce. But I'm sure you would have enjoyed bowling on the surface here in Bishop. Slashed away down to third. Mitchell does the fielding. 6 from the over, 25 gone, 133 for 3. Shamar Brooks doing a good job for the West Indies, leading his side towards victory. 58 still required. West Indies in full control. Destiny in their own hands here.
Come on, boy.
Yeah, that's a good statement, Craig McMillan. Destiny in your own hands with 7 wickets left and 57 required, because you went through the T20 series and you prioritized rest to a large extent because you were building towards this. Nicholas Pooran knows that. So you've got this destiny in your grasp because of the excellence partly of the bowling group, first of all, who set this up and has brought it within your grasp. Not finished yet.
Oh, set. Beautiful, boy.
So when you've gone through as a leader, I think, and as a team, the type of criticism maybe that you would have received, you don't leave it for anyone else. We always had a mantra in our dressing room, don't leave it for anyone else to do.
Yeah, it's a good point. Take responsibility to see the job through. We used to talk in the New Zealand camp about pulling a stump out of the ground. Be the person to be there at the end and pull the stump out of the ground. You do that, you've done your job. Let someone else do that. You get the stump, you do the job. Swept away fine. Hand from Trent Bolt. But it's not going to matter, it's still going to race away for 4. Nice controlled sweep shot, another boundary.
I think he picked the line right. It was pretty much outside leg stump. And once he's done that, because he's gotten in trouble with the sweep from the left arm spinner a few times this year, but he chose the right line and kept it down.
If it's set.
Controlled it nicely. Bolt will probably be a little bit disappointed on replay that he didn't do a little bit more, a little bit extra with that.
Damn. Good Mitchy boy.
Now New Zealand have to go searching.
What are you doing here,
Just
set?
53 needed. New Zealand have to find a way to get 7 wickets. So
In again, mate, in
that
again.
also offers scoring opportunities for the batters. Nice and controlled.
Oh, set.
Nicely
Beautiful, buddy.
bowled, played with respect. 26 overs bowled, 138 for 3.
There's Dominic Drake, son of Asper Drakes. And I like this because he's not in the squad, but he's chosen and he said to the members of the coaching staff, I will come around. My game is improving. I want to be around this unit for as long as I can to continue training and doing well. He's sitting next to Jaden Seals, another young player who's not in the 11 today, obviously. But I'd like to see Drakes and Obed McCoy, who played in the T20s, guys build up their load so that they can be considered now for 50 over cricket.
Tim Southey. Swing and a miss.
There's O'Dane Smith, who's a reserve, a travelling reserve as well, who I thought bowled magnificently in the T20 games. His improvement as a result of some of the hard work we've seen is bearing fruit. And there is Vaspert, Dominic's dad. He played with him in the mid-90s. He's been a coach of the West Indies, male and female team, or certainly an assistant coach, a hard-hitting all-rounder. And the resemblance is stark. Of course, Dominic bowls left-handed, Dad bowled right-handed, but it's like a mirror image.
Yes.
That's the sort of enthusiasm you like hearing. I want to be part of the squad. I want to be around the team because I want to learn. I want to get better. Those are great characteristics to have in any side, Bush. When you have the youngsters pushing that, it's important in any team setup, I think, to have those sorts of goals and targets. Preston, the match he played, the third T20, bowled beautifully. That's nicely played. Two's a call, but I think it'll only be one.
Dave. We're good, Dave.
The other thing it does is it keeps the guys that are in the team on their toes. You've got these youngsters wanting to come through, wanting to perform. So then it comes down to performance. You have to keep performing, keep your place in the side. If you have that sort of mantra going, then you get good team performances and you start winning. Confidence grows. That's solid in defence.
That's the word right there. See, and that's where I feel that a player like Puran can transition into another level. If you back your defensive qualities, you know better than I do, because you've got attacking strokes. But if you can keep out the good deliveries over longish periods, the world is your oyster.
That's as good as a solid defence as you'll see. Straight out of the middle of the bat to cover.
Yes.
There's a bit of bounce, well controlled, down to third. .50 needed now for the West Indies, 141 for 3.
Set.
West Indies doing it in style here in Barbados in this first ODI in this 3-match series. 50 just needed, plenty of balls in hand, good partnership. 67 off 81 in the middle. Lockie Ferguson back into the attack. It's been expensive tonight. Number 34 from his 5 overs, going at 6.8. No wickets for him. New Zealand would have been hoping that he would have had a night out. Needs to break this partnership as quickly as possible if New Zealand are to have any chance here.
I'd be surprised if he goes hard into the pitch with a big side leg side to Puran.
Fine leg and deep square leg awaiting. Goes full and straight. Chip down the ground, no real timing from Puran, but finds a gap and will pick up 2. Bish, I want to ask you, I'm interested. New Zealand put a below par total on the board, 190. What does that do to the bowling group when you know that you don't have the total on the board that you should have? It's going to be hard to defend. What sort of mindset as a bowler do you go into your innings with the ball?
It's an excellent question. Come back to it. It can have an effect that is different on different types of bowlers. For my own experience, it caused me to try to go experimenting quite a lot and out of what would otherwise be my plan, looking for an outswinger, going full, going short, using a lot of variation and maybe at times going for more runs because you're searching for that magic delivery to create opportunities. The other side,
Nicely played.
is that I always used to admire like Walsh and Ambrose, and more Ambrose than Walsh. Walsh was more experimental, for example, those old enough to remember those 2 great bowlers. Ambrose would get his wickets from that 3/4 length, so he didn't have to change too much. And I was envious of his ability to do that. Someone like myself had to really try things, and it leaked runs, and then you found yourself under pressure and all that.
So the fact that the total's not on the board that you normally have is a degree of searching. It's a leading edge. And so how did that work out? Because it's a difficult conundrum for the bowlers, isn't it? They know they need to bowl the West Indies out to win, so they have to search for those 10 wickets. But I guess it's about each bowler understanding their role and their game plan.
It's a good delivery. Some of the challenges of the pitch as to why New Zealand had a lot of 20s and 30s in their scoreboard. Well, Craig, I want to take you back in time to a game right here, and it's a different format. It was a test match that we played, but it was the same principle, defending, I think, 120 against India, Dravid and Tendulkar in the last innings. We were tempted, the temptation was there to go searching for magic deliveries, but we just decided just to use our stock length. The pitch was doing enough, so we disciplined ourselves to just bowl a channel and let the process take care of itself. That's a principle. India were chasing 120, all out 81. So I know it's a different format, it was red ball cricket, but that was the mindset that I think I'm alluding to your question.
Yeah, that mindset's crucial, and that word you use, discipline, because quite often you'll hear a team talk, they'll say, stick to what we do well. Don't go searching. But that's the difficult thing. Oh, that's quick. Well played in the end by Boran. He gets it down to fine leg for one. No luck for Ferguson, 149 for 3.
Oh. I mentioned at the start of the over we were talking, and I mentioned that Lockie Ferguson would probably go hard into the pitch at some point in the over, is what I should have said, at Nicholas Pooran. Because of the big side of the ground, leg side, if he took him on, well, he couldn't take that on. That took him on. But you're seeing an extra gear from Lockie Ferguson and using the short ball on the appropriate side of the ground.
Another shower coming across Kensington Oval, and the umpires have said we're off. Said in the background there, it's a heavy one too, so the ground staff got some more work to do.
We'll face the first delivery after the break. Here's Southey. I suppose New Zealand, they haven't been able to create wicket-taking opportunities or sufficient wicket-taking opportunities to stay level with the West Indies in this contest.
Added to that, they've bowled too many boundary balls. I think proof of that is Brook's strike rate. He scores 64 of 71 deliveries.
Edged and gone. Nicholas Pooran looked quite awkward in completing that stroke. But more importantly for New Zealand, they've gotten the breakthrough.
Just 2 balls after the resumption. Too close. He's looking to run that down to third man. And that shot is not going to get him more than 1 run. There is a third man on the boundary. Too close for that shot. Maybe they've just opened up a door. Pooran goes for 28 of 47 deliveries. West Indies 149 for 4.
Jermaine Blackwood, the new batsman. Just a length delivery outside the line of the off stump. Maybe Nicholas Pooran was late in making that decision to run it down thirds. But coming down a little bit late, as you can expect after a break. Sometimes your hands not as quick as you want it to be.
Perhaps he could have punched out in front. In comes Blackwood, his first ODI since 2015.
Off the mark straight away, brings up the 150 for the West Indies.
That third 50 coming out in just 56 deliveries. And if you're a New Zealand fan, you won't be happy about that. It's supposed to be a tricky pitch. And 50 and 56 deliveries is way too fast.
I guess it's also credit to the partnership between Brooks and Nicholas Pooran. The way they played, how they balanced rotation of strike with attack. A lot of runs being scored leg side behind square for Shamar Brooks. Quite a risky type player.
A couple of inside edges involved as well, particularly off Lockie Ferguson.
No! That's it,
End of the 29th, 150 for 4. Two wickets to Tim Southey. 2 for 22, still with 4 overs remaining. With Santana, he's also been economical, picked up that solitary wicket. Lockie Ferguson, new bowler for New Zealand. Can he create a stir with the ball?
He's gone at 7 and over, bowling 6 overs, no wickets for 42 runs. But Kane Williamson has persisted with him.
Well, the my estimation, Shamar Brooks played the shot of the day when he flicked Lockie Ferguson for 6 behind square leg side. Wow, that ball just pinged off the bat and it was a mere whip off the hip.
Does very well to get inside the lane of that ball, allowing him to access that deep backward square position.
Another beauty. Doesn't have the power to go into the boundary line, but again, evidence of how good Shamar Brooks has been in this innings.
He's been good off the back foot, but equally as good off the front foot. Exquisitely timed.
Shamar Brooks not only showing and entertaining with this knock. This is now the highest one-day international score by a Bajan batter at Kensington Oval since Desmond Haynes in 1989 versus India That's when Desmond Haynes scored an unbeaten 117. Umpires just having a look at the ball. Of course, because of the rain, that ball probably excessively wet. Seems as though the umpires will change the ball. Again, a choice that they have when they assess the condition of the ball. And a reminder that still in store for you a couple matches at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. One on Friday and the last and final game on Sunday. Sure, we're going to see more and more Bajan spectators at the ground. This performance by the West Indies will surely inspire a lot of West Indians to flock to the ground. So ball changed. Good crowd on hand still here at the Oval to witness final touches of this game. The West Indies looks a shoo-in to take this first game. Went short straight away with the dry ball. Often see this from Lockie Ferguson. He uses his pace, he uses that bouncer just to rattle the batter on strike.
Well played with Shamar Brooks. Pitch just speeding up. Obviously with the drizzles of rain sprinkling on the ground. As we see quite often, a short ball followed by a full delivery. Just hoping to push him back and keep him on that back foot. Maybe catch him stuck in the crease.
Short again. And wide signal. Just getting it too high on that occasion, Lockie Ferguson.
First one for the over.
That one pitching way further back. Way too high.
Went for the length delivery with pace on. Brooks doing quite well, just turning the strike over. Blackwood now to face the final delivery of the over. Haven't really seen innovative fields set by Kane Williamson. Resigned to the fact that the pitch has not really acted up maybe how he expected it to play in the second half of the innings. Pace and bounce to end the over. Well left by Jermaine Blackwood. 30 overs gone, 155 for 4. Tim Southey picked up the wicket of Nicholas Pooran in his last over. Can he prize another and create a bit of a crisis here? With 36 more required by the West Indies.
A low shot of weight by Shamar Brooks. One thing Jermaine Blackwell will be looking to do is run.
Of course, not only because he's from Jamaica, and Jamaican athletes are known for speed. He's a busy type player, always on the lookout for the extra run, quite fit.
Blackwell, of course, only playing his third ODI. Highest score of 9. So this is an opportunity for him to get a start and come not out. Called up to the squad, obviously to replace one of Shimron Hetmeyer or Brandon King, who've returned home for personal reasons. He also hasn't played in the Super 50 for a while. Scores quite heavily and quite quickly in Test cricket. So it's a good chance to see what he can do in the shorter format.
Leg by signaled. Players and umpire not interested in making a decision. Of course, the bounce a little too high.
Look to be another scramble seam delivery.
Miscued pull shot. Luckily falling in no man's land.
Brilliant to me. Look good to me.
This one just claiming on Shamar Brooks. Oh, he wasn't able to transfer that weight onto the back foot fast enough. It's the second miscue we've seen from him. Luckily, it's landed safely once more.
Bottom of screen, 16 extras as compared to 2 conceded by the West Indies. Gives you an indication as to the discipline from the bowlers across both teams. End of the 31st, 158 for 4. Significant to note, 6 wickets lost in that second power play by New Zealand. Only 2 lost by the West Indies. More pace and bounce from Lucky Ferguson.
By signal by umpire Gregory Bradford. Another one just kicking off this surface. Probably hitting that grass we were talking about. Good seam position and really kicking off. Good hand by Tom Latham. Lucky Ferguson really bending his back.
and should be for quite a controlled shot from Shamar Brooks. He didn't try to hit it too hard. Knew exactly where that fielder was in deep third.
First boundary for the last 6 overs. We call that one an educated edge. I think it was well placed. Shamar Brooks watching that one onto the bat, playing it late, just past the keeper. And no chance for the deep third.
Just 27 required now for the West Indies.
No.
Stoic in defense, Shamar Brooks.
He looks a man determined. He did mention he would love to score a century at home. He may not get that opportunity tonight, but boy, he's done his country and his family proud.
That's another objective for any batter at international cricket. Not just wanting to score runs, but wanting to score runs where it contributes significantly to your team having a winning outcome. Family members of Shamar Brooks in the crowd looking on. You pride yourself on that ability to score runs and produce wins. Shamar Brooks, still very early in his one-day international career, searching for consistency in his own game, but I'm sure as he goes along, you would recognize that digging a little bit deeper, crossing the line for your team will bring more fulfillment to him. That should be another boundary. Gets it. Looked in full control, Shamar Brooks. Brings to the end an expensive over from Lucky Ferguson. 10 conceded, 168 for 4. Two boundaries in the last over. Lucky Ferguson investing in quite a few short deliveries. That approach has not really created wicket-taking opportunities for him. I think he's lost that surprise element of the short ball, given the number of times he's turned to that particular type of delivery. Very different to this man, Southey.
Southey has used that short delivery as a surprise delivery. Not getting carried away with the bounce on this pitch. We see that so often from fast bowlers.
And when you're up against a bowler who's bowling mid-120s, at best 130, you always feel that you can impose yourself on that bowler. Can afford to premeditate a bit and get that front foot going forward quite early. That's when the short delivery with a little extra pace is surprising for you as a batter. Bowler like Southey can do that. Can create that surprise and use it to his advantage.
His fastest ball, just 135.
Yeah, compared to his average. So you get accustomed playing 127 and Then you get a well-directed short ball at 135. Can hustle you as a batter. Get you in all sorts of problems.
What Saudi has done he's bowled very good lines. He's bowled really straight. Ferguson, on the other hand, has offered up too much width on either side of the stumps. Attacking those stumps once more. You see Ferguson, lots of those boundaries being scored square of the wicket. Some Trinidadian spotted.
I'd say West Indians with Trinidad and Tobago flag, national flag. Just 20 more required by the West Indies. Beyond this over, still 17 overs remaining in the innings. Surely this game wouldn't linger for that long. Lands safely for a single. Not a convincing stroke. 33 overs gone, 172 for 4.
$19 more needed for the West Indies to take a 1-0 series lead, and important points in the World Cup Super League standings. Has so far been a comprehensive performance from the men in maroon. 6 wickets in hand, set up by their bowlers. Trent Boult back into the attack. And this team has been criticized quite a lot in this format in the recent past, of course, in a 9-match losing streak. But today they've turned up. They've been real clinical with the ball and so far with the bat. Shamar Brooks unbeaten on 79. And all of them should feel proud of the performance. Clean them up. Trent Boult gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough, through and through. Important wicket for New Zealand.
A late strike for New Zealand, just the angle from around the wicket from Boult. Kept coming, rocked into middle and off stump. Muted celebration from New Zealand. They know that they are struggling here. Shamar Brooks outstanding with the bat, 79. It should be a match-winning innings. And the West Indies are 172 for 5.
hometown hero, Jason Holder, makes his way out to the middle. Trent Bolt from round the wicket. Just goes through bat and pad. A good delivery to get through the very well set Shamar Brooks. Maybe a case of being a little bit too late, too little, too late. 19 needed. Very experienced campaigner Jason Holder. Just over the fielder, lands safely, gets off the mark.
He's a dangerous proposition around the wicket, Trent Bolt. He gets that angle, keep coming. Some bounce here on Jason Holder. With his height, not easy to bounce.
Just short off the fielder. Michael Burswell.
Yeah, it's been a mixed display by New Zealand in the field. I think it's fair to say that they've been outplayed in all departments by the West Indies today. Fielding has been a little bit on the tardy side. Batting was poor. Batting was the reason that New Zealand are going to lose this first ODI. Bowling's been a mixture, but really we're never set up by New Zealand's low total.
Yeah, Nicholas Purana upon winning toss, deciding to bowl first. 5 of the last 7 games played here have been won by the team chasing. And of course, the rain interruptions throughout the course of the game meant that pitch played a little bit better batting second, but take nothing away from the West Indians and the way they've played. If you're a West Indian supporter, this has been a heartening display against the #1 ranked team in the world. 34 gone, 175 for 5.
Please.
16 from 96, so no worries there in terms of the required run rate. 5 wickets in hand. Really in a dominant position, the West Indies. Just want to see things through to the end.
Yeah, Tim Southey's been good with the ball tonight into his 9th over. Figures are 2 for 28. He's done a pretty good, steady job for New Zealand. But there just have to be a wee rethink from this New Zealand Brains Trust about the final 2 matches in this series. How they're going to go about things in terms of the team balance. Do they bring another spinner in? Change things up a little bit.
Couple more to the total.
New Zealand have been the dominant side in recent meetings between these 2 teams. New Zealand have won 8 of the last 9 meetings. Of course, the last time these 2 sides met was 2019 World Cup in Manchester. What a match that was. New Zealand winning by just 5 runs. Ishodi left out today. West Indies played 3 spinners, New Zealand just 2. And can get to bowl first. There is some help for the spinners. So they'll just have to have a wee think. They've also got the likes of Glenn Phillips on the sideline, who was the man of the series in the T20 three-match series just concluded. Can they find room for him somewhere in that New Zealand middle order? James Neesham, another option too. New Zealand all-rounder, so just some thinking. Only a day between matches, so not much time to assess really.
Might have kept a bit low in that one from Saudi. The variable bounce that we've seen from this surface might have gotten an edge as well. Interesting that you mentioned Glenn Phillips. You and I were talking a bit earlier about him and about how much weighting you put on current form. Of course, he was the player of the series in the T20Is. Has a lot of experience playing in these parts, having plied his trade in the CPL. So he might adapt to the conditions a little bit better than players who are playing for the first time. Might just bolster that middle order a bit more.
I think he plays well in these sorts of conditions, Samuel. I really think he does. He's just played the 4 ODIs. He made his debut on the recent series against Ireland. So it's certainly something the New Zealand selectors, Gary Stead and Kane Williamson, the New Zealand captain, will have to think about. It will mean if he does come into the side, an adjustment somewhere.
Single to end. 35 overs gone, 179 for 5. Few useful partnerships for West Indies along the way in this run chase. Of course, West Indies vice captain in Test match cricket, Jermaine Blackwood, out in the middle along with the former West Indies all-format captain. So lots of experience between these two. Blackwood only played the 2 ODIs, but international experience he has quite a lot. In this situation, 12 from 89, should feel comfortable. Again, that angle almost got himself another wicket. Trent Bolt, a loose stroke from Blackwood.
And watching Trent bolt over a period of time, sometimes he can actually get a lot more swing from around the wicket in terms of his release. Makes it really difficult when it keeps coming in so far for the right-hander.
Jermaine Blackwood indicated that he was over the moon when he got the call up to this one-day international team. Was in Guyana preparing for the impending Hero CPL when he was called by the chairman of selectors, made his way across to Barbados, was down here training early yesterday, working with Shea Hope, just formulating plans as to how he will go about this innings when given an opportunity. We'll want to make the most of this recall to the one-day international setup. Doesn't find the gap, but gets a single. Good stroke.
Talked about West Indies gaining confidence from that win in the 3rd T20 international between these two teams. Series was gone, but they played well in that 3rd one We said, I wonder if that confidence will continue into the one-day series, and it has. Shamar Brooks is continuing on his good form. Akil was saying as well, it's been excellent from the West Indies today.
And they did receive some criticism, didn't they, the West Indies, in terms of their team selection and prioritizing rest for this series. Akil Hussain rested for 2 of the T20Is. This one took off at the seam. Alzarri Joseph rested for the first 2 T20Is. Nicholas Pooran rested in the final one. And I suppose many people will argue that the ends justify the means if they can get a victory here today, which seems very likely. And 10 points, 181 for 5. Shamar Brooks stands out, 79. Shohope got a start, couldn't convert. Pooran himself got himself to 28.
And while New Zealand have been dominant in recent times against the West Indies, if you have a look at series played here in the West Indies, just the 4 previous series, and they've all gone to the home side. Very dominant in the 4 series that have been played, and with New Zealand perhaps looking like they'll lose tonight, just shows how difficult it is for New Zealand teams to win in the West Indies. New Zealand created a bit of history by winning the T20 series. Now they're going to have to do it the hard way from being 1-0 down if they want to create another special piece of history by winning the first one-day international series here in the West Indies. Got the players to do it, but they're going to have to turn things around rather quickly from the last 2 performances, which have been not really up to standard for this New Zealand side, who have been so consistent over a period of time.
Yep, they'll have to come from behind. If they have to take this series, the Black Caps. Of course, West Indies have lost some ground in international cricket against a few teams at home. That record, that proud, rich legacy that they've held against so many teams have dissipated in recent times. Record against England in Test match cricket, that's intact. They'll want to maintain this one as well in one-day international against New Zealand.
Remembering that at the moment, in terms of world cricket, the West Indies are ranked number 9 in ODI cricket, New Zealand number 1. It's a big disparity between where the 2 sides are right at this moment. So this will be a famous win, an important win for the side. Phil Simmons, the West Indies coach, he'll be more than happy what he's seen from his players today. They've done the job, done it in some style too.
They absolutely make no mistake about it. Not many people would have given the West Indies team a chance against this New Zealand team. It's a full-strength New Zealand team. And to put on this type of performance against them in game 1, like I mentioned, is quite heartening to see.
Yeah, it's even more impressive too, Samuel, that there's been some disruption around the West Indies camp. Players coming in and out, been called up late. They put all those things to the side and they've done the job. It's been impressive.
Beats the fielder, gets the boundary, powerfully struck by Jermaine Blackwood. 188 for 5. ICC Men's Cricket World Cup Super League standings. England, 125 points. New Zealand, of course, have only played 9 games, won all 9, 90 points. West Indies and New Zealand 5th and 6th. Big disparity in a number of games. These three represent the last 3 for the West Indies. All teams, of course, will play 8 3-match series. The last ball of the previous over, hammered by Blackwood. And though Bracewell got a hand to it, was still powerful enough to get to the boundary. Means now West Indies just need 3 more runs for victory, a famous victory. It will be. I think one of the only disappointments in this game would have been the dismissal of Nicholas Pooran, Craig. The second ball after the rain interruption wasn't a shot that was necessarily on. And oftentimes he speaks at the end of games about learnings and about developing and about understanding what is required in international cricket. That certainly would be a learning moment for him. He was going well before that, the rain interruption, and just a second ball tried to manufacture a shot that wasn't there. Needed to get himself going once again. So I'm sure upon reflection and upon some introspection, he'd understand that, realize that, admit that, and learn from it.
Yeah, it'll be a small reflection, won't it? Because by and large, it's been a very good day for the West Indies in all departments. But as you know, Samuel, in any team, you're always looking to get better. You're always looking for improvement. Always things that you feel you could, if you had your time again, you could perhaps do a little bit differently, a little bit better. It's been a terrific performance. Jason Holder taking his time. One hit away here for the West Indies. Number of showers throughout the day, which has made it difficult in terms of that ball staying dry for the New Zealand bowlers at times.
Can't find the gap. 5 dots in the over so far from Trent Boult, his final over. 2 for 48, his returns so far. It's always a good feeling for a batsman to hit the winning runs, isn't it? Which of these two will do that?
It's always nice being there at the end, isn't it? Walking off, knowing you've played your part and your team's win.
That might be it. No, just a single. 38 gone, 189 for 5.
That's overboard.
West Indies need just 2 more to register victory. And Mitch Santner reintroduced into the attack. And Jason Holder on strike.
Wait. Yes, the cat. Jay. boy.
If we reflect on the first innings, the way the West Indian spinners bowl, remember two of these guys on debut, Kevin Sinclair, Yannick Carrier, they acquitted themselves really nicely. Akhil Hussain continued his impressive performance in one-day international cricket and white ball cricket for the West Indies. Alzarri Joseph at the Kensington Oval, the leading wicket taker.
One more for us, Sling.
Once again, augmented his reputation.
Well done, Zach.
And then Jason Holder himself, a couple of wickets at the very end. So in its entirety, an excellent bowling performance. And you can just sense the fielders telling Jason Holder to get it over with.
Oh, Mitchie. Bowled.
4 dot balls.
Oh, Mitchie.
Make that 5 dots.
Right behind in here, Sling.
Just prolonging the agony for the Kiwis here, Jason Holder. And that's it, in the gap, and that's the victory for the West Indies. They win the first one-day international and they take a 1-0 series lead, set up by their bowlers, the spinners in particular. An excellent innings for Shamar Brooks in the chase, and a wonderful performance from the men in maroon. Jason Holder just finishing things off, crisply driven.